You know, to be honest with you, I do enjoy.
Morning, can you hear me? Yes? Will you all please rise to say the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty then.
Well, it's a little bit bigger room than we had in Northern Virginia, I will say. I think we do have a propensity to find very tight quarters for some of our meetings. So anyway, it's good to be back. And I know what a busy time of year this is. So I really do thank all of you for being here today. We'll go ahead and get started. We have a very busy agenda. And we'll start with Wendy Thomas and Russ Dudley. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Secretary, members of the board. While they're pulling up the slides, Russ Dudley of Local Assistance and I are going to bring an informational item before you this morning on the FAST Act rescission. You may recall that we provided some information in September, and this is intended to be a follow-up to that September briefing. So I'll cover some general information and then hand it over to Russ. He'll talk a little bit more about impacts to the TAP program as a result of our actions relative to the rescission. Do I have it right? There we go. A little slow this morning. All right. So it seems fitting that with the holiday season, I bring you good news and a good way to start off the board meeting for the next couple of days. In November, the $7.6 billion FAST Act rescission was rescinded as a result of some language included in the continuing resolution, continuing funding for the federal government through December 20th. That means it went away. That's good news. Best possible outcome, it's the one that we had hoped for the last several years, but did want to bring attention to the fact that while that's great news, it does highlight the need for some continued focus as we move forward in how we manage our federal program due to the actions we took to avoid the rescission. So as a reminder of a couple of items we briefed you on in September, what did we do in anticipation of the rescission? Well, we had to plan as though it was going to happen. For the 5 years that it was included in the law, there was no real indication that it would be repealed, so we had to manage the program as though it would occur. So with that in mind, we made efforts to ensure that we were investing in our federal program rather than losing those funds or having to return them to the Federal Highway Administration. We did that by taking great steps to reduce our balances in the categories subject to rescission to zero or as close to zero as possible. We were able to obligate additional funds. We advanced project phases and whole projects where possible. And we did take a couple of smaller administrative actions to reduce our balances and therefore avoid having them taken by Congress. Overall, we did exceed our objective in terms of limiting the impact of the rescission. You may recall in September that we were projecting that we would leave a balance of about $60 million subject to be taken by the rescission. We actually reduced that amount to $53 million. So we exceeded our goal by about $7 million. By notice, in November, before the rescission was repealed, FHWA notified us that our share of the rescission would have been $75 million. To put that in some context, that represents about 0.99% of all apportionments across the country. Virginia receives about 3% of apportionments across the country annually, so we certainly got ahead of or reduced our exposure in that regard. So that's the good news. So while we don't have to manage the direct impacts of losing any federal funds to FHWA, As I mentioned on the first slide, we did take actions over the last several years as though the rescission would take place. And so that does have some impacts to how we'll plan for and manage our federal funds, at least over the next couple or several years. In particular, because we were able to reduce balances to zero or as close to zero as possible, we've actually reduced some of our flexibility that we have to pull various funds off the shelf. In other words, we took advantage of those flexibilities over the last couple of years. So with that, we'll be focusing on making sure that we have opportunities to use some of our less flexible fund sources. Russ will talk a little bit about transportation alternatives. Some other sources like that might include regional STP, those funds allocated by MPOs, to make sure we can continue to meet our commitments and obligate all the federal funds that FHWA shares with us. One of the things that we will be doing in addition just to our normal planning is undertaking some review of programming practices, as well as any possible policy adjustments that might be needed. And Russ will talk about those in particular, or some actions they may be looking at with regard to the TAP program. So unless there's any questions about the general rescission, I'll hand it over to Russ. He'll talk more about the TAP program. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Appreciate it. So I'm going to give a little more information on the rescission preparation impact on TAP, and then provide you with an update on the next steps for application process this year. So this slide just gives a recap of what we did last year, and for some perspective, we gave you the previous 2 years of the similar information for the previous 2 years. So you see last year we obligated $34,154,000, and that was about $21 million more than 2018 and about $6.5 million more than 2017. We reduced our unobligated allocation balances from $58 million in 2018 to $33.5 million in 2019. And in total, it took over 450 separate financial transactions to accomplish all this. So I think folks have kind of tired of hearing me say this, but this was a tremendous effort from all our staff and the district and central office staff. And I'm really proud of them, and again, thanks to all of them for getting this done. The next slide is a reminder that to optimize our obligations, we needed to transfer allocations from some districts that had extra balance entry account allocations to other districts which had projects which could use the allocations. In total, we transferred about $507,000 from those donor districts, and that was on top of $2 million from the central office balance entry districts to other districts in their projects. And we are recommending to hold those donor districts, not central office, but donor districts harmless by replacing those balance entry accounts with funding off the top of the new allocations from this application cycle. Just a recap of our next steps for Transportation Alternatives application cycle. We are currently scoring applications today, and we should be wrapping that up in the next week or so. We'll provide you an email in early January with those scores, and we will present those scores to you next month at the CTB workshop with instructions on how to score. Some of you have been through this before. We will ask for those selections from the district board members back to us by January 30th, with at-large member selections in March and final project allocations in June. And as Wendy noted, we're going to address some potential policy modifications to improve program efficiency, kind of align with other departmental funding programs later on this year. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Madam Secretary. Thanks, Mr. Dudley, for this update. So I just have a couple of questions so I'm understanding. So last time we did TAP, we did 2 years worth of identification, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, 2 years.
Okay, and so part of what we're going to do this time is we're going to look backwards to projects that were deallocated and to fill them with the money?
We actually did, Secretary and Ms. Lyons, we actually did not have to deallocate any projects because the rescission was repealed. Okay. So what we had was balance with some districts that had balance entry accounts that had surpluses. So because I had other projects in other districts that could use the money, we wanted to optimize the obligations. We moved those surplus allocations to those other districts. What we're planning on doing is replacing those surpluses with money that's coming up from this next fiscal year.
Okay.
We're going to backfill them.
Okay, so, and the surpluses are there for people to use to solve various problems, is that correct?
Typically, it is bids come in high. We need to get a project, give a project a little bit more money to get them advertised and get it awarded.
Okay. And then my second thing is just a request. I know that when we get our project list from you all, there's at least the title of the project is included. I discovered last time that it was helpful for me to have a little bit more description of what the project was that came right from the application. And so my request is, could you give us more than the title?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Project description,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Dodson.
Madam Secretary, I was going to ask you something.
Sir.
It's my first rodeo, and I think several of us on district. So we go through the process. How does that conflict with the at-large member process? Is that a different process?
So the way we'll work then is I'll explain this next month. Usually every year we have a biennial cycle. I explain the process. And so what we do is each CTB district member will get $1 million a year is what we allocate. So it's $2 million for the biennial cycle to allocate to their projects. We give you a score. We give you our scores. And typically the district members will use those scores to help them select the projects. And after they select the projects, and let me back up a little bit, we have given the MPO the MPOs their funding first because they get their funding first. They select their projects. And then we take your projects and we take them to the at-large members, and the at-large members select their projects. What we try to do is, because we have population-based funding, we have to make sure that all the population applications get funded to their fullest extent. So for example, we have a certain amount of money that has to go to under 5,000 populations. So if the CTB district members haven't selected enough projects to cover the under 5,000 populations, we will come to you as an at-large member and say, here are our recommendations to fulfill the under $5,000 population allocations.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitworth.
Russ, this is my last rodeo, but
Sure.
Have we moved the schedule up a little bit?
We have moved the schedule up a little bit. Typically, we don't get the at-large member selections until April, and in April, we've already started our 6-year plan hearings, so we're behind. So we've moved things up a month. That's what we do. Typically, you'll get that presentation in February. I'm going to give it to you in
But
January.
normally, we didn't have to get our selections in until February, is that right?
So last year, you were given the presentation February 14th with district selections, I'm sorry, February 20th. That was the 18th of 2018. And we asked for your selections March 7th. So you had 15 days to give us your selections. We always send your email with your project scores a week ahead, so you have that extra week. So this time you're actually getting 16 days instead of 15. Actually 15 days.
Whoa.
So we're giving you. So there's your bonus.
Ms. DeTonk, yes. I'm fine. How are you?
So just a clarifying question, with the allocation movements that occurred during the rescission, is that going to change the funding that will be available across districts?
So what will happen is we'll start at the top. MPOs get their money first, then it gives the CTB members. What the ultimate result is, rather than having $10.6 million for the at-large members, we'll have about 10.1 because of the 507,000 taken off the top.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Miller.
The process that we went through for rescission, is that a good process regardless of the rescission concern? And do we intend to continue basically the parameters that we set to minimize the impact of rescission going forward?
Secretary, Mr. Miller, that's a great question. There are a number of lessons learned through the rescission, and that's part of this our policy modifications we're going to bring back to you this year. Yeah, there was a lot of lessons learned. Some things we probably didn't get the right allocations in the right place over the years. Just that's the way things happened. So we're going to address those issues and and correct those for the future. But honestly, this was not a bad exercise. It took a lot of time. It was a lot of work. And at the end of the day, I think we learned quite a bit.
And second question, the district members get a couple $1 million per biennium
Yes, sir.
on the TAP program. What is the MPO allocation?
You would ask me that. I don't have the number.
Can you just send it to me later?
I can give that to you. I have it. In fact, I have it right here. I can give it to you.
Just send me all three, the
Yep,
MPO,
certainly will.
the district, and then the at-large.
Certainly will.
Thank you.
Mr. Donahue.
Hey.
I know, I thought he was going to scare you walking up.
I try and come up with a little bit of noise, but I wasn't successful in that instance.
I will just say that the same effect is on all of us. So.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you all this morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Miller, I did just want to clarify, I think I would not disagree with anything Mr. Dudley said with regard to the rescission, as it applies to the Transportation Alternatives Program. I did want to kind of just draw a distinction, though, that is a unique program where the projects tend to be locally administered. It is distributed in a certain kind of way. And so other federal funds, those actions likely the commissioner would have worked with the CFO and other folks, and we would have been able to move those around. So when a dollar's on one paving project and it's VDOT managed, it doesn't care if it then gets accelerated onto a different VDOT managed project. And so because of the way the TAP program is structured, where that is a discrete funding source that is awarded to local governments, you had to interact with applicants who had been successful. And on most rescissions, that wouldn't be the case. So I just kind of want to note that distinction for you there. And so again, I think this was very, as Mr. Dudley said, a very well done process for this particular federal program. And again, because it's locally administered in many instances, we had such a large balance there, which made it even more important. But when it comes to the National Highway Performance Program, the Surface Transportation Block Grant dollars, or other things of that nature, I promise you, if you guys knew the number of times those dollars were moved from one project to another to fully meet our obligation authority and other things in a year, you'd ask us to stop bringing that information to the board. It happens on such a regular basis.
So would it be accurate to boil that down as normal course of business except for the TAP programs because of the other?
And the only other potential exceptions would be the Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Program, or what's called the Regional Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. However, in most rescissions, the Regional Surface Transportation Block Grant Program is specifically exempted from the rescission, and in other ones, CMAQ is sometimes exempted, and occasionally TAP is also exempted. In this one, it was not, but some of those are exempted. But for the vast majority, 80+% of our federal funds, it's kind of a different situation.
Anything else? Commissioner, you want to add anything?
Madam Secretary, I'd just go back to Mr. Miller's comment as well as Nick's comments. This was certainly, if rescission went forward, our typical liability was about 3% of the national share. As Wendy had indicated, we're below a percentage point. So this was an excellent opportunity to advance a lot of projects that were sitting idle for a period of time and utilize our resources to the best ability. So we have projects now moving that weren't moving before. And yes, this, as Russ said, this was a heavy lift for all of the department, every district, every local administrator in our districts. So kudos to them to be able to deliver something to get the projects moving and reduce our liability. At the end of the day, it's good news. The rescission was rescinded and replenishing those balance entry accounts to keep other projects moving. So again, kudos to staff here in the central office and the districts and the localities to be able to move this forward and reduce Virginia's liability.
Yes. Ms. Thomas, Mr. Dudley, really well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. And the calendar, which I always appreciate. During this particular meeting, as I mentioned when we first opened today's session, that this extremely busy time of year, and we're getting ready for the budget and legislative session, and we have a number of initiatives going, as some of you know, and I'm going to have to step away from the chair a few times today, which is not good for me personally because I hate to miss it. But the
Or
good
us.
news is,
Or us.
I asked Mr. Williams to say that, and thank you, Mr. It seemed so natural when you did it. So. But the really good news is that we have Mr. Whitworth here. I'm going to be passing the gavel to him for the next presentation, and then I'll be back for Smart Scale. So with that, I'm turning it over to the vice chair.
Move us along.
And as I always say before I do this, we can't have any budget amendments come forward. Any changes in procurement for Stanton.
The rest of us can ask for things.
So I'm glad we took care of that. I know.
Okay, Ms. McGee.
Mr. Chairman, if I might have some comments as Kathy McGee and Mike Fitch approach the podium. If you recall, members of the board, that this summer Rob Carey presented our initiative on the VDOT of the Future, or VDOT of Tomorrow initiative that we have underway. During that presentation, I had made mention that a number of the board members had noted that they knew the districts but did not know what the central office and the divisions do. So at that point in time, I had indicated that we would be bringing back on a monthly basis, time permitting, 2 workshops that we would give each division an opportunity to give an overview of what they do and how they provide service back to our districts. And the first one out of the gate is going to be the Virginia Transportation Research Council, which is the research arm of the department. This is a twofold presentation because I had the fortunate opportunity to sit through a national peer exchange that the Research Council held from other states coming to us to give us some information of how they do practice and the opportunities that we have to be able to market ourselves. And one of the findings during that point in time, and Kathy will expand on this a little bit, is we don't do a good enough job of telling our story. And I keep saying that VDOT does amazing things every single day, and the Research Council certainly is not immune to that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kathy to be able to set the stage, and then Mike going through the rest of the presentation. But again, the Research Council does amazing things every single day and has a very good return on its investments that they have on their annual budget. So with that, Kathy.
Thank you. I think when I was before you in October giving a brief innovation update, I did mention that we were about to have our peer exchange, and as the commissioner said, I think it went really well. We got some good feedback from the folks who were there from other states, but really our biggest takeaways revolved around the issue of telling our story and getting the word out about the work that we're doing. And so you're our first stop on our communications train. And we're really excited just to share with you a little bit of the history of the Research Council to give you that foundation, and then some more information about our technical teams and a few of the projects that we have underway. And we welcome any questions that you might have, and we look forward to the opportunity to come back maybe once or twice a year and give you an update on the work that we're doing. So just to give you a little bit of history, the Research Council itself has been around since 1948. It did begin as a cooperative organization between VDOT and the University of Virginia, and it was very intentionally placed in Charlottesville, away from Richmond, to alleviate some of the pressures that would be put on research if we were housed here in the central office. You can imagine being asked to provide a particular answer as opposed to investigating what that answer might be. Of course, with today's telecommunications, that distance is much shorter, but we work very hard to remain above the fray, so to speak, in terms of our scientific process and making sure that we're giving you the answers that we see in the data as opposed to perhaps the answers that you might want all the time. In 1948, VDOT did provide the funds and the staff for the Research Council, and UVA provided the space. So this is a picture of our building on the grounds of the University of Virginia. It has that 1970s vibe because it was built in the early 1970s. We remain there today, although I will say that relationship with UVA is now only one of a host of relationships we have with universities across the Commonwealth. And we're very proud of the fact that we do work with all of our universities when it comes to our research program. But our purpose really is to bring innovation to transportation and to specifically provide that service to the department. So we do both applied, we focus on applied research. So we're not the National Science Foundation, we're not doing a lot of basic research, although we do throw one of those projects in here and there because we do think it's important to stay out in front of a number of issues. Connected and automated vehicles is probably the biggest example of that we have today. But for the most part, we're doing very practical research. And we're looking to provide answers back to the department that can be implemented in the near term. That's really important to us. Even if we're doing the best research in the world, if VDOT can't pick that up and do something with it, then the value we provide to the department is definitely limited. We do also provide expert consultant services to VDOT and the Transportation Secretary. We call that technical assistance. Folks call us up on the phone, say, I have this issue. What do you know about it? How can you help me? And we turn those requests around very quickly. Anytime any of you have a question, we would be happy to assist you in that as well. We also provide implementation support. We have an implementation coordinator at the Research Council, and his job is to take our research findings and make sure they get into practice, whether that be through a pilot application or a new specification, whatever form that implementation needs to take, depending on the recommendations from the research project. It's his job to make sure that happens. Our final core function is to educate future professionals. We have any number of graduate students that are working with us on a day-to-day basis. They have offices in our building, and it really gives us an opportunity to learn from what they're learning in their classes. But it also gives them some real world experience and some very practical applications to what they're learning. There are a number of people in this room who at one time were graduate students at the Research Council, myself included, a long, long time ago. We have about 45 full-time positions at any given point in time. Those folks are divided across 4 technical teams that Mike Fitch will speak to in a moment. In addition to those positions, we have about 25 hourly or student employees. That number goes up in the summertime when we bring in interns, and it really energizes our program. We also do a lot of collaborating with our university partners. About half of our program is outsourced to our university partners. That has grown over the years, and it's been pretty steady at about 50% for the last 10 years probably. And in addition, as I mentioned, we do have graduate research assistants that sit in our building and really are an extension of our own staff all the time. We have a number of advisory committees that help to guide our program. You see them listed here. These committees are staffed by folks from VDOT, and in some cases, MPOs, local partners, and industry. They are comprised of folks from all levels of the department, which really gives us a great perspective on what the issues are and what we need to be focusing on with our research program. So they meet twice a year. They hear or they bring to the table research needs, and then we flesh those out. They help us to prioritize them, and then our research program is developed based on that. So you can see they really do span the topic areas that are important to the agency. I will say that our Transportation Planning Committee also does some work for the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. Obviously, the multimodal aspects there are very important to us. Again, just hitting on the implementation aspect, every one of our research projects begins with the end in mind. So when we have a kickoff meeting for a research project, we ask very pointed questions about what do you anticipate this resulting in terms of implementation and impact to the department. Every project has a champion, and that champion has to be key to the implementation of the final results. Every final report commits to an implementation plan, so it's actually part of that final report, how we're going to go about implementing those results, what that will look like, and a timeline for implementation. In the beginning, we just said, this is what we think implementation will look like. Now we actually name divisions. The Structure and Bridge Division will do this and that, and they'll do it in this time frame. And we work with those divisions to make sure they're comfortable with that plan and the timeline that we provide. In a lot of cases, we will provide funding for implementation. For example, if we have a new material that we'd like to see used in a bridge project that will increase the cost of that project, at least initially because of the experimental nature of the material, we will provide those delta costs out of our implementation funding so that the district that steps up to the plate and is willing to be the pilot location doesn't have to absorb that cost. And most importantly, we document the results of all of our implementation activities. We don't try to implement in all 9 districts, but we do make sure that all 9 districts are aware of what that implementation looked like and how it could be moved into their own district, and that's really important to us. We have about anywhere between 125 and 140 active projects in the pipeline. If you figure, again, we have 45 full-time staff, and those aren't all scientists. That's a lot of work going on. We complete 80 to 95 projects each year. In addition to the funding that we receive from VDOT, we do have 24 grants that we have received from outside agencies. They may be FHWA, they could be a TRB project that we've received funding to conduct, but they all tie back to the VDOT business plan and the priorities established in that plan. So we don't go after grants that aren't beneficial to VDOT because we want to make sure that we're dedicating our staff resources appropriately. We currently have 64 active university contracts. That's a lot to manage as well. And we're learning that we need to put a little more focus on that. Our scientists tend to get really excited about their own projects and less so about the projects they're monitoring that someone else is doing. So we're working on that, and that's a focus for us in the year to come. Probably the biggest advantage that Virginia has over other states, every state has a research program. It's mandated. It comes out of the SPNR dollars that a state receives, must be spent on research. Many of those states, though, outsource their entire research program. So they are project managers, and the universities are doing all of the work. What that means is that there's limited flexibility in terms of quick turnaround efforts, and there's not the sense of ownership that we have with our staff who are VDOT employees. And so the flexibility that we have to provide on-call consulting, I think, is really a highlight of our program. I'm going to turn it over now to Mike Fitch, who's going to walk you through each of our technical teams, a little bit of the work that they have underway, and then he'll wrap up with some comments on our efforts in sustainability. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, we are very appreciative of this opportunity to share with you some of the work that we're doing at VTRC, and as Commissioner Bridge said, make you more aware of our overall efforts. So again, we're very appreciative of this, and we'll do our best to convey to you some of our capabilities. With that said, as Kathy shows here, because of the number of projects that we have, and it's very difficult to pull out specific examples that are truly representative, so I will give you our best shot at that, but if you have any questions or if you'd like additional information on our capabilities, we're happy to provide that at some other point in time. As Kathy said, we are structured with four basic teams, the first being safety operations and traffic engineering. And even as you see there, that single team covers quite an area, ranging with everything from intelligent transportation systems to incident management. Probably the biggest or the most highly visible area that's covered by that team currently is connected and automated vehicles. That has been that way for some time. As Kathy said, because our work is so applied, we're not doing work in that area other than as it pertains to how will connected automated vehicles affect VDOT when those become more and more common with time. So given one example of a project that falls under this particular team is the Towing and Recovery Incentive Program, or TRIP program. This was a study that was recently completed and it was very, very well received by both the Richmond District where the study was conducted and by others outside of VDOT. This particular program, the TRIP program itself, is currently being utilized in Ohio, Georgia, and Florida. And what it actually consists of is for those towing companies that are on call, the ones that are able to participate in TRIP agree to bring two very, very heavy towing wreckers to the site at the time. They don't wait till they get there and make an assessment. If the TRIP program is triggered by the officer on duty or someone else within VDOT, then again, that particular towing company agrees to bring the two heavy towing wreckers to the site, as well as a support vehicle that allows them to address issues such as you see here, cleaning up heavy vehicles that have closed a lane. Those are the primary criteria that trigger TRIP. So what this involves is, in addition to their normal payment, if they meet certain time requirements, and that includes showing up on site within 60 minutes of being notified and clearing the site within 90 minutes, then they are eligible to receive certain incentives that are paid for by the department rather than the insurance companies that normally pay for the overall cleanup. Again, our study looked at what was the benefit of this investment on our part, and based on our analysis, the return on investment is somewhere between 9.2 to 12%, depending on number of variables. And those benefits are derived from opening lanes sooner. And there's fairly complex calculations on how to estimate the cost of a closed lane. The next team or technical area that I'll mention is what we refer to as our environment planning and economics team. And as you can see, those are three very disparate topics on one team. The environmental area is something that we've been involved with for approximately 25, 30 years. And that area, by necessity, kind of varies based on current regulations. Many, many years ago, noise was a big issue. Wetland mitigation was a big issue, but now stormwater is probably the top area that's addressed under that subcategory of our team. We also do planning research on this particular team, and that deals with the typical transportation and land use issues, trip generation questions, but it also deals with pedestrian and transit issues as well. And then finally on this team, we have two economists. Then for the most part, they don't normally do their own projects. We're not asked too often, though I say that there is an exception, something we're doing for the chief engineer currently. But in most cases, those economists help us with cost-benefit analysis for other projects, either on this team or the other three teams, as mentioned. One of the projects that I'll highlight that is covered by that team is a deer crossing study, and this is actually a conglomeration of several studies, and it really resulted from a safety question that was posed to us, and it has to do with deer vehicle collisions. Virginia is one of the highest states in the country with respect to deer vehicle collisions, averaging approximately 60,000 per year, and that's the reported number. We feel that's probably underrepresentative of what is really occurring. In some of the more western states, wildlife crossings are common, and they build overpasses and/or underpasses for the wildlife to utilize. For Virginia, that's because our system is primarily built out, that those overpasses or underpasses probably aren't realistic simply from a cost perspective. But one of the things that we were questioning was whether we have literally thousands of culverts and underpasses or bridges that wildlife could use to go under, and could they be utilized to a greater extent if fencing were to be installed to kind of funnel these animals through these areas, through these already constructed passageways. So what we did is we did some before and after studies on 2 locations on I-64, one of which was a culvert, one of which was a bridge. We looked at the utilization of wildlife through those areas prior to putting up any fencing. Then after that data was collected, we installed for a half a mile in each direction 8-foot fencing to prevent the animals from making their way to the roadway and hopefully to channel them towards these underpasses. Prior to the installation of the fencing, we were averaging about 8.5 vehicle-animal collisions per year in those 2 areas. And since the time the fencing has gone up, we've had one animal strike. So the fencing is effective, and also the underpasses have seen a 400% increase in utilization. So the animals are using the underpasses and the culverts in these 2 particular cases. So the implications of this going forward, we're not sure, but it is interesting information that we're finding from that particular study. The third team is a pavements team, and this is a more traditional team when you're thinking of transportation research, and it's something that pavements is something we've been looking at since our inception in 1944. With that said, the ways we're looking at pavement are significantly different. Obviously, durability and long-term performance of the pavement is still relevant and still the primary factor we're looking at, but the way we're trying to get there now is quite different. Normally, up until now, we have used what is termed a method spec to spec out how a particular pavement will be constructed. Now we're slowly trying to move towards a more of a performance spec or an end result spec, and so our research program is moving along in that direction as well, with many projects related to that change in how we get to an end result spec in where you're allowing the contractor more flexibility in how he provides the particular product that he gives to you. Our structures program is our 4th program, and essentially we're looking at 4 primary things here. We're trying to improve the ways we evaluate our existing structures, and we have approximately just over 21,000 structures statewide. So a very, very large investment there, obviously. So we're trying to improve the ways we evaluate those structures, especially given that many of those are approaching the end of their design lifespan. We're also looking at innovative materials for those structures that are being newly constructed. The 2 biggest materials there are carbon fiber reinforced polymer, as seen on the picture on the bottom right there, and stainless steel, for lack of a technical term, but trying to prevent corrosion of the reinforcement used in concrete. Those are the 2 biggest things. We're also looking at different design and performance characteristics and addressing ways that we can preserve our existing structures through increased maintenance projects. A very, very simple example of something that we're doing that relates to maintenance. Most or a good number of our structures have expansion joints to allow for expansion and contraction of the bridge deck as temperatures fluctuate. Over time, those joints tend to leak, and it's normally about 3 years those joints will tend to leak. by way of that, that allows chloride-laden water to penetrate through the superstructure of the bridge and make its way to the beams as shown there, and even in the pier caps and the piers themselves as shown in the bottom left picture there. All of that results in corrosion, and this is not a new problem. This is something we know occurs and something we spend a great deal of money on rehabbing after the fact. This particular project looked at using a expandable material in lieu of the steel joints. Those joints are removed. You build that joint area back up, install a Teflon coating over top of a steel plate, and then put in this flexible concrete material as on the top of the joint as shown in the bottom right picture there. And that's the joint that has had the steel removed from that. By way of that, the entire joint is sealed. No penetration of water or the salt that is carried with that can make its way back down to the substructure of the bridge, and therefore the bridge is protected. It's very inexpensive retrofit, and something we're certainly looking to do more of in the future. So with that, that'll conclude what I had for the presentation regarding VTRC. I also want to take a moment just to mention the Commonwealth Transportation Board Environmental Task Force that Secretary Valentine had stood up in August. The whole idea of this particular task force is to ameliorate the impacts of the transportation system on the environment, and then conversely, look at the impacts of climate change on the transportation infrastructure. So looking at those things in two different directions. The members are shown there with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Kasperwitz serving as chairs of that particular task force. The two focus areas that we've come up with thus far are greenhouse gas emissions reduction and sea level rise and sustainability overall related to that. And one of the things that I will mention is a study that this group is helping us oversee, and it will help us guide as we move forward with a study that is being done by Virginia Institute of Marine Science. And this is a study that's just started this fall, really, and it's really looking at the impacts of recurrent flooding on coastal Virginia. VIMS had already done some work looking at recurrent flooding for Hampton Roads, and we have asked them to expand that and look at the greater coastal Virginia area. And as a part of that, they're using their sea level rise information that they have derived. And I will put in a plug for VIMS. They are really national leaders in sea level rise, and we're very, very fortunate that we have access to those folks because their information is really among the best available nationwide, and it's very local. It's derived locally, so it's beneficial for us. But essentially, what they're going to take is those sea level rise projections, combine those with roadway centerline information to try to identify areas that will experience recurrent flooding. And as you can see here on the two circles on the upper right, it's not only roads that are underwater that are the problem, but it's the areas that may be further, downstream, if you will, that may not be underwater but are cut off because of those roadways that are underwater. And then just looking at the frequency of that flooding is not all that is needed. You also need the duration of the flooding. And essentially what this will help us do, hopefully, is we'll turn this back to you all and give you information related to what happens with our facilities, what decisions can be made regarding whether we keep things as normal, whether we abandon those facilities, whether we try to retrofit those facilities, or some other option. Those options are limited, but each of those options has significant implications and liability issues associated with that. So Stay tuned for that particular study. In total, it's a 5-year study, and we're anxious to see how that progresses. So with that, I'm happy to try to take any questions.
Any questions for Mike?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Where are you? There you go.
Mike, are you familiar with whether we've looked at basalt rebar?
I'm sorry,
Basalt, it's a volcanic,
basalt rebar. No, sir, we have not. I'm confident we can say we have not looked at that.
there's a lot of sort of look at that in the business, if you will. And it's made out of volcanic structure or substance. It's stronger, has lots of properties that make it better, doesn't corrode, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There may be some reasons not to use it as well, but it's being used in a number of places, and I was just curious as to whether we looked at it or not.
Could you, what place, is it being used in transportation
I
infrastructure?
believe it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it is.
We'll definitely look at that.
But it's certainly being used in structures because it doesn't corrode, and it's stronger. Now, I'm not saying it's better. I'm just telling you that I know a little teeny bit about it, but I'm sort of intrigued by it.
No, we have a number of scientists that spend a great deal of time looking at various materials and various products that, again, corrosion is the primary issue with that type of material. And to my knowledge, they have not looked at that, but we'll certainly ask.
Maybe just send me an email about it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Williams?
A comment rather than a question. I've always been amazed, even since the mid-'90s when I went in the legislature and kind of focused on transportation, the lack of awareness of the Research Council and the things that they do. There's still a lot of states out there that are experimenting on the ground with your projects in your districts, and those experiments don't go well a lot of times. And we have an agency here that's for decades been on the front end of that and making sure that by the time the product gets to the field, that it's a proven product through rigorous testing. And they have an amazing function. Average citizen doesn't know anything about them. I'm always shocked at how many professionals and people that are involved in transportation know so little about them. So they don't toot their own horn, but we should toot it and hear from them more often. They do a lot of great work.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you, Mike and Kathy. I think next on the line is Kim. We've got a smart scale project cancellation briefing.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Quarterly, the department is required to bring a report on projects that are funded through Smart Scale that are at risk for a budget or scope change. I'm pleased to report to you today that I don't have any of those to brief you on, but I do have a request to cancel a project that I need to brief you on. So just by way of background, a project that's been selected for funding through Smart Scale, through the district grant or high priority program, can only be canceled by action of the board. Additional policy language indicates that if a project is not advanced when requested by the board, that the applicant might be requested to reimburse the department for any funds expended on the project. In addition, the Smart Scale policy indicates that a project that has been selected for funding must be initiated and at least a portion of the funds programmed spent within a year of being selected and programmed. The particular project we're speaking of today is the Arcola Boulevard project in Loudoun County. It's a new 4-lane divided highway, including 4 signalized intersections and a multi-use path. The project was submitted by Loudoun County in round 2 for a total project cost of just under $55 million. The Smart Scale request was just under $29 million, and the request was fully funded with district grant funds. The project is locally administered. It was scheduled to begin preliminary engineering in November of 2017, but to date the project has not advanced to scoping. This is a sketch of the project. It's a project from Route 50 to Loudoun County Parkway. The piece of the project that is funded with Smart Scale funding is in the top right portion of the sketch. The remainder of the project is funded through developer proffers. In October, Loudoun County, the Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to, in their language, rescind the appropriation of the Smart Scale funding that had been provided, and to indicate to VDOT that they will not accept future allocations for this project. The county has no intention of using any of the Smart Scale money for this project. In fact, they intend to complete the project by working with the developers who are constructing the other sections of the project to advance delivery of their preferred alignment using proffers. So our recommendation to you is to cancel this project and transfer all of the district grant funds, the $28.9 million, to the Northern Virginia Construction District Grant Balance Entry for allocation in round 4. We'll be coming back to you in January with that as an action item. And I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Comments, questions? Ms. Hines?
I would just say that I did some double checking in the last 2 days to make sure that everything was all aligned, and this is absolutely what the county intends.
Well, I would just say it's a rapidly developing area, and the development community is very interested in getting the roadway built as quickly as possible. So it's, of course, a savings to us, and that money goes back to be redeployed. The growth is there, and the roadway needs to support it.
And we'll take action on this in January, you said?
Sure.
Okay.
So
Mr. Smoot.
the project will likely go forward at some point, but with a different source of funding,
Yes, sir.
a
the county-
non-state source of funding.
Correct. The
Good.
county intends to deliver it through proffers.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
Kim. Mr. Burrell, I-66. Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I think this
Oh,
is, we're
there
going
she
to
is.
continue the trend of good news
You were doing
stories.
such a good job, I hated to interrupt. Can I tell Carol we need 2?
So we're going to continue the trend with good news stories today, and I'm going to brief you on our I-66 Transit TDM Plan update. Just to give you a little background, this is actually the 3rd rendition of the I-66 Transit and Transportation Demand Management Plan update. The first plan was actually completed back in 2009. And the current plan that was part of the NEPA document for the I-66 project was completed in May of 2016, but really the bulk of the work for that project was done in 2014, 2015. And really the great part of this project is the goal of that 66 project has always been multimodal. It has always included transit. It has always included options that we're going to move more people through the corridor. And so by doing that and setting aside funding as part of the P3 project to enable us to do that, we have an opportunity to really transform that corridor beyond just pavement and change the commutes that people take every day. So as I mentioned already, the original strategies that were in the NEPA document were developed back in 2014, 2015. We've always had the intent to go back and update the study prior to the completion of the express lanes based on updated assumptions at the time, and so that time is now. So what are the goals of the project and the Transit and TDM plan? Obviously, we're trying to increase mobility and increase and really maximize person throughput in the corridor through transportation alternatives, whether that's commuter bus, transportation demand management, things like carpools, van pools, and also commuter rail. We want to do everything that we can to maximize that. It's also important, and a lot of things have changed since the last plan that was done. We need to coordinate our projects because we really have two processes or 2 funding mechanisms since this last version of the plan was developed. We now have the I-66 Commuter Choice Program that NVTC manages. So we want to make sure we're working with what they're doing to achieve efficiency and reliability of travel throughout the corridor and really looking at the corridor in a holistic manner. And finally, we want to evaluate the future mix of transit strategies, increasing travel options and intermodal connectivity, and overall reducing congestion in the corridor. So what's different now? What's changed in the last 5 years? One thing that we thought was important at the beginning was that the original or the last version of the transit and TDM plan, it ended its view at the Beltway. And we know that the trips in that corridor don't stop at the Beltway. They have lots of destinations and points to go inside the Beltway. So we wanted to extend the study corridor to go all the way into the DC line. That's reflective of the impact that the I-66 commuter choice, which really came out of the inside of the Beltway part of the study, has had already on providing multimodal options in the whole corridor. And we've worked throughout this process in partnership with NVTC so that we can coordinate services that could be funded either through 66 inside or through 66 outside the Beltway. We've also gone back and we've updated our base assumptions with more current information. The Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments does a travel demand model. We are using a newer version of that model that has updated land use and travel pattern data, but that also takes into account changes in economic development expectations and population projections into the future. Another key change is the previous study did not consider expansion of commuter rail as an option. At that point in time, the likelihood that we would be able to have some kind of expansion of service with VRE was unlikely due to constraints with the Long Bridge. Now that that opportunity looks to be much more favorable, we wanted to give commuter rail a fair shake in terms of looking at how it could benefit the I-66 corridor. And again, we have information from the implementation of the first round of projects that have been selected by NVTC for I-66 commuter choice and how those projects are done to help inform our study. So just as I mentioned already, the study area, we're going all the way out from west of Haymarket to the DC line. We're looking at the corridor in a very holistic, broad brush manner. So before we look at the new recommendations, I want to step back and look at the service recommendations from the previous plan. That plan was a very good set of alternatives based on the information that we had available at the time. It was a rather, I won't say, it was a web of commuter bus routes that really wove across the region, not only into DC, but also up north from the 66 corridor to Reston and Herndon and other points. I think the most important thing to note as we get into talking about the new recommendations is we need to look at what was the outcome of that plan, or what was the projected outcome of that plan at the time. And so if you look back at that plan, it was anticipated to move about 900,000 people per year by bus and transportation demand management in 2030. So keep that number in mind, and we're going to look at the next set of recommendations, our draft service recommendations. I know this is hard to see, but what I wanted to, I'll break this down into a little bit more detail in the next couple of slides, but what I want to draw your attention to is that we have put a lot of time and emphasis on optimizing origin and destination pairs, looking at travel patterns and development patterns to try to maximize how many people we can move through commuter bus and through rail in the corridor. And based on the draft recommendations that we're bringing forward, we're looking at annual ridership in 2030 that's estimated at 3.7 million bus riders and 4 million rail riders. So that is considerably more than what was anticipated based on the last version of the study. So I'll break those recommendations down into two buckets. About half of the bus recommendations are already routes that have been funded through the I-66 Commuter Choice Program and NVTC. So all or a portion of these routes are already in effect. We're able to see some early data coming out of those routes on how they're performing. Now, of course, today they're in traffic on 66, so they're not getting the benefit of the express lanes, but we can see how those are starting to change folks' travel patterns. About the other half of the draft commuter bus recommendations are new service, and those are connecting major destination points like Manassas and the Stringfellow Road Park and Ride with Tyson's Corner, connecting Manassas to Reston, making valuable connections to the metro system at either East Falls Church or Ballston, and also connecting Manassas to L'Enfant and then ultimately to downtown DC. So we think with that package of very specific and dedicated commuter bus improvements that we're able to really start to see the needle move for bus. In addition, we've made some assumptions related to the ability to add some additional capacity on the Manassas line, and we're seeing the potential for ridership on the Manassas line to double, reducing traffic on I-66. So now I want to shift and talk about what does that mean. I've told you about bus routes and some connection points and how many riders we can anticipate. So what does that mean in terms of travel on 66 and mode share across the different options that are available? So we'll start and we'll look at persons moved. As we looked at the corridor and that corridor-wide map, we drew 3 lines across the corridor, north-south, to be able to take some points where we can measure the impact of the investment in transit and TDM. For each one of these, we have 3 years. We have a current year of 2019. We have data that's estimated for 2030 and data for estimated for 2045. On the western end of the corridor, we used Route 28 as that north-south line. In the middle of the corridor, we looked at Nutley Street, and then inside the Beltway, we looked at Glebe Road as kind of that point in time that we wanted to see how people were traveling. The blue bars on the chart are indicating single occupant vehicle trips. That means a person in a car by themselves. And then the orange and red for the future bars, that's the non-single occupant vehicle trips. So those are individuals that are riding in a carpool or van pool. They're on a commuter bus, they're on rail, they're on Metro Rail. They're taking something other than a car by themselves to get to work. I think the most telling piece of this slide is that the size of that blue bar gets smaller over time. And that tells us that through investments and targeted investments in transit and TDM, we're able to preserve that and the investment that we're making in the expansion of the I-66 corridor and make that investment last for a much longer period of time by absorbing the increases in travel that are going to happen in that corridor because of land use and population changes and having more options available for people to get where they need to go. So I'll give you, and these I know are, they're better graphics on paper than they are on the screen, but I want to draw your attention. This is the same data shown to you in a little bit different way. So this graphic is for current year, 2019. And I want to point out for each one of those cut lines, we have a pie chart at the bottom. And the important part of the pie chart is that each one of those colors represents a different mode. The lighter blue color, that's your single occupant vehicle. As I step through the next couple slides, you're going to see that change over time, and you're going to see more emphasis on carpool, commuter rail, Metro Rail, individuals that will take bus to Metro Rail or take a commuter bus to get to work. Obviously, in the western part of the corridor today, it's over 70% single occupant vehicle. Inside the Beltway at the Glebe Road, it's about 40%. You're going to see this shift as we walk through these slides. We're going to see fewer single occupant vehicles, more individuals, and of course with the opening of the express lanes, it makes it much easier and time effective for commuter buses to operate in that corridor, as well as the increase in rail usage. And there's 2045. So I like to use the 28 one as an example. We've gone from 71% single occupant vehicle to 52% based on the modeling. So we're very excited about the opportunities that gives us. Whoops. So just to summarize, to bring all those numbers back together, the plan that we've got that we're working on wrapping up now in 2030 moves about 7.8 million people per year by bus and rail and transportation demand management techniques. We're going to compare that to the previous version of the plan that moved about 900,000 people. It's a game changer that we have by optimizing the different options that we have available and by being able to include VRE as part of that slate of options in the corridor. So what are our next steps? We were so excited about this. We've still got a little bit of work to do. We were so excited with the results. We wanted to bring those to you. We do need to complete the plan document, complete our coordination with stakeholders. We've been very fortunate to work with individuals from the local governments and the transit agencies and VRE to put this together. So we need to wrap that up with them. As we move forward with the development of the financing plan and start implementing services, it's important to remember that service demands do change over time. And as land development and economic development take place, as services are implemented, we're going to need to go back and evaluate and make adjustments. That's just part of our process. And so this will be, as the secretary said the other day, this is going to be a living document. You'll hear from us again.
Yes, it's not something to ever go on. We are constantly going to be revisiting this to bring in more modes as we develop more opportunities. And everywhere we go, in Northern Virginia right now, we're focused on this, but really across Virginia, we are trying to develop the same kind of, these strategies.
Secretary. Hey, Jen, in the slide that showed the reduction in single vehicle occupancy moving in over time, is the primary driver for that we're providing more modal options or better options that's taking people out of their single vehicle or single driver cars and putting them on other modes of transportation?
I believe that's the case. I think we're making it much more attractive in terms of, right now, there's not a lot of park and ride in the corridor. There's not a real carpool, van pool, or transit culture in the corridor as much as there is in 95. This project helps create that because it does include the park and rides, and it includes the infrastructure to make that work. When the express lanes come online in 2022, that bus is then moving much quicker than it can today when it's sitting in traffic with everybody else.
So over a 10-year period of time between 2020 and 2030, we see almost a greater than 100% increase in bus and rail ridership. That's an exceptional goal.
We're not done.
Well, and that's just wonderful. And it actually, the rate of increase there dramatically outpaces the rate of increased population in the area that it's serving, which is critically important. We need to do more than just keep up with the demand. We need to exceed it. That's great.
Madam Chairman.
Mr.
Madam
Miller.
Secretary. Jennifer, on that slide that you referenced, slide 13, that shows the reduction in single occupancy, I was trying to get at congestion. And your orange and red lines are a combination of buses and trains. And trains don't increase congestion, but buses do, albeit less than single occupancy for the same number of people. So I was trying to get at, you were talking about reducing or maintaining basically the ability of the road to carry the traffic and how this helps. And I'm trying to break out buses versus trains to understand when does this road fail in terms of throughput? When do you see that? And I can't get there from the slide. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And it looked, when I went back, that a lot of the traffic between buses and rail was rail. A lot of the increases in rail.
It's about half and half. About half on, it's 3.7 million riders on commuter bus and about 4 million on rail.
Yeah, and I looked at outside the Beltway numbers, and then I looked at the funded by commuter choice, but I just couldn't get to that.
So I think one thing.
Does that make sense? I mean, I was just trying to get to,
It does. I think one thing, and you'll hear from Ben Manel this afternoon talking about 95, and that quarter study is very different because there we don't have a capacity expansion project that's in line with the transit and TDM study. So there you're talking about a road that's already over capacity in certain places, and how do you then get more people through that same space? 66, we have a capacity expansion project that's under construction. So our focus is to maximize the use of that additional capacity in the form of express lanes, which is where the buses would be able to travel, and maximize that investment over time. We did, through the modeling, look at congestion, and I didn't include the slide in today, but we're able to, where 66 is over capacity in its current configuration today, it remains under capacity through 2045 as a result of the improvement and the multimodal options.
that's really where the, that's really, at the end of the day, that's the message.
Exactly.
So 2040, we should remain under capacity for 25 years after the improvement, if we invest in this additional capacity for buses and rail.
And the investment for buses, for transit and transportation demand management was always envisioned as part of that 66 project. It's not a 66 highway project, it is a 66 multimodal corridor project. It's why it's called Transform 66.
Thank you.
I have one more bullet on my next step slide that I want to touch on really quick. One of the things that came out of our stakeholders group was talking about making first mile, last mile connections and how that would help encourage people to take transit as an option. They had some really great ideas, and they're out there on the cutting edge when it comes to technology, and we're working on an automated shuttle project in Fairfax County. We know those types of solutions are going to evolve over time. We also have the Regional Multimodal Mobility Program, or RM3P, that Kathy McGee and her folks are leading now. Those projects, we're going to watch those, and those projects are going to inform future services or future combinations of services in the corridor. That was so important to our stakeholders. I felt like that was important to mention today as well, and another reason to make this a really living and vital document going forward.
Madam Secretary?
Ms. Hines.
Thanks. I was really excited to hear this at the Rail Committee, and I think it's a great testimony to the good work that the department is doing. A lot of my colleagues were not here when this I-66 outside the Beltway deal was done, and so I just want to emphasize one thing. Jen got to it a moment ago, but you might have missed it, so I just want to I want to say it again. I want to say it out loud. When the P3 was done for I-66 outside the Beltway, it was done with a notion that the plan would be multimodal and that the contractor was to provide funding for some of the non-road solutions. And about $800 million over the life of the project was built into their bid for transit of various sorts. And so all of these things that Jen is talking about implementing are implementable because that money was baked into the project from the very beginning. So we're not going to be asked to buy capital necessarily or to fund operations for this expanded bus service. The project is going to be paying for it as it goes along. At the same time, inside the Beltway, you have the commuter choice program where the VDOT managed lanes are actually throwing off money that can be used for transit as well. So at the time that it happened, it was so exciting that the department really went out and said, procurement is about all of this. It's not just about the roadway. And it's really exciting to sit here today and see what that money potentially makes possible for our region in Nova. And also, I think just, to be able to move this many more people as we continue to grow jobs and housing is just really exciting. So commend the department for coming back with a new look, knowing that, as we say, it's a living document, and we're going to have to keep asking the question because who knows. But it's really exciting, and I'm really glad to be sitting here and watching this, having participated at the very beginning.
And I think, too, that for those, I know that most of you were at the summit up in Crystal City, and during one of the breakout sessions, we did receive a check from Transurban for $15 million to begin investing along 395. And I'm going to let you continue with your presentation.
So the good news continues. I don't know if this is good news. No good deed goes unpunished.
It's good news for us.
It is good news, and it's exciting for us that we're going to have the opportunity to do similar work to what we've done on 66 and also on 95, on I-495 and the American Legion Bridge with a transit and TDM study. So just to give you a very high-level overview of where we are with that, if you're not familiar with it, the American Legion Bridge provides the only direct connection on the kind of the western side of the 495 Beltway between two of the most populous counties in the DC, Maryland, Virginia region. And so the goal of this study is to do much like we did with 66 and to identify a range of current and future multimodal solutions that we could implement to reduce congestion and improve person throughput within the corridor. So how we do that, we look at forecasted changes in land use, population, households, and employment. We look at existing and projected travel patterns, and then identify opportunities to move more people through transit and transportation demand management. Ultimately, at the end, we develop an optimized slate of multimodal recommendations that could then be implemented and help move people through that very congested corridor more efficiently. So in terms of next steps, we've got this one is a little different because we're working across state lines. So we've got to identify and coordinate with our stakeholders. We need to work with them to finalize a project scope and securing some technical resources to help us with that. We anticipate being able to have a kickoff meeting in early 2020, and our goal is to align our transit and transportation demand management recommendations and the time frame for those with the project development milestones. So that's the exciting second piece of good news presentation day.
Yay. There's just nothing to do. But, you know, it's really important that right away, the outreach with Maryland, making sure we're coordinating. It's a little different. We don't have a procurement yet on American Legion Bridge. It is really a commitment that's been made by the governors to move forward that we must find a solution for American Legion Bridge. And as we do on all of our projects, we're looking for multimodal solutions. So it's a win-win-win. And so I really thank Jen DeBrule and Jennifer Mitchell for really taking leadership roles on this. And I happen to have heard from a number of folks who would be very interested in participating here in Virginia and in Maryland, who I will be happy to share with you, who would love, I know, to be a part of your stakeholder group. Is there anything else that?
Madam Chair,
Oh, Mr. Smoot.
I do want to observe that the I-66 plan and the results that are anticipated absolutely underscore the importance of the Long Bridge project. If you look down in the numbers there, you will notice that the VRE Manassas line, which now is carrying about 1.9 million passengers, is anticipated to carry 4.1 million passengers 10 years from now. That will not happen if Long Bridge does not happen. So that is just absolutely necessary to move this forward.
Mr. Smoot, we're taking donations. I'm so happy you spoke up. No, you're just a terrifically honest statement, so thank you very, very much. Anything else? I would, just for the environmental task force, when you all are working, I do think that this work, and I don't know how to quite capture it all, but the decisions we're making to move forward in this multimodal world in which we live, as I believe you have a presentation on greenhouse gases in January coming up, and so how do we begin to look at that in terms of kind of the broad scope of everything we're doing?
That's what we're working towards, Madam Secretary. Obviously, it's a complex issue.
Yes.
A lot of pieces, especially transportation sources of greenhouse gas emissions, much harder to track than point sources. So, but we expect to come back to you in January with some recommendations on first steps.
Oh, that's just really great. And is the environmental community active with you as you're developing this? And
We receive a lot of input, and I have to say there's been an attempt to reach both Steve and me with offers of help and assistance on this, which is really
just
gratifying.
want to make sure those lines of communication
They're wide
always
open.
and that we find ways for people to contribute.
That's our goal.
The lines are wide open.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of knowledge out there that we need to assimilate very quickly, and there's a lot of those in the business that are out there to help us. So,
Because there are many different ways to help tell the story. So just thank you so much. I know that you and I have been very excited about this.
Yes, very excited.
And Jennifer Mitchell.
And I just want to say, I get to stand up here and tell the good story, but I have a fantastic team that has done a tremendous amount of work on this, and I just want to give them all the credit.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Mr. Donahue.
Madam Chair, members of the board.
Welcome back from your early warm reception.
Yes. I'm here to speak with you today about a potential set of amendments that may be coming before this body regarding the I-66 Memorandum of Agreement that this body executed with the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission some time ago regarding the I-66 Inside the Beltway toll revenues. I'm going to go ahead and end with the punchline, and Mr. Smoot, you kind of hinted at that. What we are hoping to do generally is to execute a set of amendments that would allow the Commonwealth to sell bonds backed by toll revenues from inside the Beltway for two potential rail projects in Northern Virginia. One is the Long Bridge Rail Project, and the second would be improvements to the Roslyn Metro Station. I'm saying that second one in a kind of generic fashion because it's currently under study by WMATA there, and what they're really looking at are ways to improve capacity on the orange, silver, and blue lines by potentially constructing a second Roslyn Metro Rail station. That is still in kind of the initial alternatives analysis phase, and so that will, the refinement of that will take some time, and I expect will be several years kind of into the future, but that's the general kind of concept of what we're talking about here. As kind of just a refresher, because some of you were on the board, some of you were in local government as we worked on this, is in December of 2015, this body collectively voted to authorize the Secretary of Transportation and the VDOT Commissioner to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission that outlined how the toll revenues from inside the Beltway would be used. The general gist of what that did that would be different than if we hadn't executed this memorandum of agreement is it allows that regional commission to identify, evaluate, and select essentially projects for the I-66 commuter choice program. The rationale for that decision at that time was these local governments and this commission are the ones who today plan and fund transit, and anything we funded with I-66 revenues at some point would need to transition over to local support, and so working with those local governments we thought was the best path forward to identify these, improved bus routes and other things of that nature. There have been, I believe, 3 rounds of commuter choice program for 66 that have been awarded. It's about $45 million. You can see it's been a mix of new bus routes, improvements to existing routes, as well as park and ride lots and other transportation demand management kind of strategies to really give people alternatives to driving on I-66 and to be able to use that now faster roadway toll-free. So again, as I mentioned, what the amendments would allow us to do is to this body to sell bonds backed by the toll revenues for 2 potential projects. It would, however, guarantee the commission that there still would be a commuter choice program. So in no instance, if this were to move forward, would we be able to sell bonds of such a magnitude that there would be no residual or leftover money, if you will, for the commission to allocate to ongoing projects in that corridor. And so it would guarantee at least $10 million a year from inside the Beltway, but also up to $5 million a year from the outside the Beltway plan, as Mr. Brule just kind of walked through, that would go to the commission for their, again, identification, evaluation, selection of projects to provide travel choices along this corridor. There are also a host of other amendments that I would characterize as technical, but will give you a quick overview of, that would make this agreement more closely mirror the other memorandum of agreement this body has with NVTC for the 395 commuter choice program, which again, as Secretary Valentine said, is funded with the $15 million from the 395 Express Lanes project. So again, today the way the monies flow is there's 4 buckets in the waterfall, as we like to call it, for the use of revenues: tolling, operations and maintenance, repayment of the funds we used to put in place the project. That was about, I think, $60 million or $65 million from the toll facility revolving fund. Then the remaining amounts are kind of available for NVTC debt service. If they sell any debt service, they have not. And then after that, what is left, and today that's the vast majority of the money, is there for projects to be selected through the commuter choice program. Under the proposed waterfall, what you'll see is we're adding in some new concepts. So first would be tolling, operations, and maintenance, as it was before. Second would be debt service for any rail components. And again, a rail component would be defined as Long Bridge or some type of Roslyn Metro improvement. Then would be the guaranteed payment to NVTC, again, the inside and outside the Beltway money. After that, for a limited period of time, would be the ability to use residual funds to, again, help support either of the rail components in remaining kind of pay-go or just available resources. And then we'd fall back into essentially the same kind of waterfall that existed previously. And so what we're doing is putting in place some things at the top there, because these are large projects that can't be done with the way the existing commuter choice program works, to try and fund something like a Long Bridge or a second Roslyn Metro Rail station. There are some proposed modifications to the improvement goals. I would characterize these as extremely minor, and what the intent is here is to make these mirror exactly the words that are included in the 395 Memorandum of Agreement to give you a sense of the types of changes that are proposed. Instead of saying to maximize person throughput, the new one would say to move more people. And other very, very substantive changes of that nature. The commission has asked us if we're going to amend this agreement that the two agreements should say the same words. And since we're not proposing to amend the 395 agreement, we would propose to make the words align in this agreement. Again, prior to you all ever being asked to consider any of these changes, you will have a track changes document that will clearly show you what those are. But I really do mean what I said. They are very minor in nature. That is literally the first change, is maximize person throughput to move more people. There's also a slight modification to the restrictions on operating assistance. So today, up to 50% of the toll revenues can be used by NVTC for operating assistance, and then there's a sliding scale about the amount of the cost of operating a new bus that can be covered by these toll revenues that steps down over an 8-year period. That sliding scale would still exist for the vast majority of projects, but what we identified and worked with the commission on in the 395 agreement, and again, it is included in that agreement, is that there are certain bus projects or other things that don't fall within a single jurisdiction. And so kind of working out the regional funding of those when the operating assistance runs out can be difficult. And so this would provide the option, though not the requirement, that if there are regional transit service, which is kind of defined as basically buses that cross jurisdictional boundaries or that serve metro rail stations, those could be funded for an extended period of time using operating assistance. There's still an overall 50% cap. So it's not as if all of a sudden we might find ourselves in a position in year 10 where every dollar is being used for operating assistance. There would continue to be new capital projects, but it does provide flexibility at the discretion of the commission to use ongoing operating support for these routes that they view as kind of regional significance. And again, there are specific terms in the MOA, has to connect to a metro rail or VRE station, and must run between at least 2 jurisdictions. The remaining minor changes is, as this is a lot of transit work, we would make Director Mitchell's agency a party to the agreement. They are not currently a party to this agreement, despite their role that they have in explaining the projects and talking with the board about whether or not they meet the actual improvement goals. We would make minor modifications to the eligible projects. Again, to give you a sense of what that is today it says park and ride lots. Under the proposed amendments, it would say new or expanded park and ride lots, and other kind of really just truly minor changes of that nature. There would be some additional language regarding the approval process of projects. Again, we are effectively following that today, and it is what we do for 395. And then we would similarly add an exhibit showing the guaranteed minimum payment to the commission, because that was something they wanted to see in black and white. If they were going to be willing to consider amendments to this agreement, they wanted some certainty in this agreement about the amount of money that would be coming to the commission. And again, it would start at $10 million, and then it's inflated by 2.5% each year to try and keep up with inflation, which is the same escalator that we have for the $15 million payment on the 395 Express Lanes project. And then there's a host of commas and other things that the lawyers have identified that they believe would be appropriate to make. And again, we will show all of this to you all in a red line document when drafting is completed. So moving forward, Jennifer's team is working with the commission to finalize the language here. That will then be brought to NVTC for its consideration. This has been a topic at the commission meetings for the last 2 months. Director Mitchell and myself were actually there just last Thursday, where they did take up a resolution indicating their support to continue the ongoing discussions with the Commonwealth about amendments to this agreement to try and finance both Long Bridge and a second Roslyn Metro Rail station. If the commission acts in the affirmative, we would then bring the amendments to this body for your consideration. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Brown.
Just one point of clarification. So the reason that we're being asked to amend this agreement is because the toll revenues essentially would otherwise have to flow through us. And so we've delegated that authority to NVTA to make these decisions via this memorandum pursuant to these conditions?
Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, I would say absent these amendments, this board would not be able to sell debt itself to finance the Long Bridge project because the agreement says that we have essentially will provide them with the revenues as laid out as whatever's left over in that waterfall for projects that they select. And so that does not give us the ability to sell debt to finance that
But I'm
project.
going kind of one generation back beyond, prior to that, is the reason the agreement exists in the first instance is because of the fact that the toll revenues flow through the state and then back down to NVTA. And then we entered the agreement that limited the use of those dollars. And therefore, because of what we'd agreed to previously, we'd have to amend it again in order to be able to sell the debt. And then likewise, they're asking for these other concessions.
Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, that is correct. Again, I would just distinguish, there's a lot of acronyms in Northern Virginia. It's the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, not the authority, and so it is not a regional transportation authority. It is a transportation district that is governed by a commission. So it's more akin to HRT or PRTC and not to HRTAC or NVTA, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Nick. I think these are exciting changes to the agreement, and very pleased to hear about them. Do you have any idea of the scope of improvements that could be made with the bonding at this point?
Madam Chair, Mr. Tunkt, I think a lot of that will depend on ultimately the tolling policy that is in place there today. Tolling is imposed in the peak direction. There could be discussions in the future about whether or not to impose tolls as was originally envisioned in both directions during peak hour. That would not be made without public study or other things of that nature and would require a vote of this board. And so it is something that we're kind of looking at and would be determined based on the tolling policy that's in place when a decision to move forward is made.
The guaranteed payment component is obviously a very important component of this. You mentioned that it'll start at 10 and increment 2.5% per year. Obviously, our ability to bond is fundamentally tied to that guaranteed minimum payment. Can we build a mechanism in that gives us the opportunity to increment that faster or in bigger pieces if, in fact, our toll revenues would justify that on some with periodic review basis?
Madam Chair, Mr. Keskowitz, the way we've actually proposed the amendments, that's already built in. And so the final bucket in the waterfall is any residual left over would go back to NVTC to further augment and enhance their commuter choice program. And so I really view that 10 million escalated as the minimum, and that there is a real potential for them to see additional resources in the future for their investment after the debt service has been satisfied.
That could increase much faster than the 2.5%.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Miller.
Secretary. Nick, why was the guaranteed minimum payment not in the original? Was that just something we didn't consider?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, the reason the guaranteed minimum was not in the original is because essentially everything after tolling O&M was available. So they didn't need a minimum because they essentially had access to the vast majority.
Don't they have that at the bottom of the waterfall now?
Sorry, I was trying to get the slides to come back.
Now, what you just told us, at the bottom of the waterfall, they have that access anyway?
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, the way the waterfall works today, again, there's only two things that are taken off effectively for the resources are available for NVTC. The way we're proposing, and that's tolling O&M and repayment of the toll facilities revolving account. Under the proposed amendments, the Commonwealth could sell debt. And so what the minimum payment effectively does is ensures the Commonwealth doesn't sell debt at such a level that there's no available resources.
The minimum payment.
Well, for the commission. The minimum payment is a way of essentially ensuring that we don't go to the bond market and say, hey, if we leverage every single penny, then we could borrow this much. And I'm so sorry, Commission, we tried to leave resources for you, but there's none available. It's kind of the commission saying, we're willing to let you pursue this concept because we believe Long Bridge and the metro stations are of value, but we still need some commuter choice program in this region.
And is there a TIFIA component of the Long Bridge anticipated?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, I think if we are lucky enough to move forward with a Long Bridge project, I think
Mr. Smeet pointed out this morning.
we would explore all options, and I think you'll actually potentially hear us talk about a financing program you've never heard of before called the Railroad Rehabilitation there's an I don't remember what the I stands for,
Investment
and then
Act.
financing, and so it's called the RIF program. It's similar with regard to the terms that it provides as the TIFIA program, with two key exceptions. One is very helpful and one is otherwise. It can allow you to use that program for 100% of eligible cost instead of the cap of 33% you have in TIFIA. The flip side of that, though, is the TIFIA program receives an appropriation annually to cover the credit risk to the federal government of essentially taking terms on that. In the RIF program, the borrower has to either provide cash to the federal government to cover the credit risk premium or provide collateral. And again, under the railroad program, collateral is put in there. So when, for example, Amtrak borrows through the RIF program, which they've done for their new car fleet that they're putting in place on the Northeast Corridor, and then will be on the regional trains that come to Virginia, they didn't pay any cash. They simply said, we own the Northeast Corridor. That's our collateral, and then put that in place there. And so that actually lets you access essentially the RIF program without any cost. And then instead of being 33% of a project's cost, you can do 100% of the project's cost. And so there can be some real benefits if you can figure out a way to make it work of the RIF program. And so I think we would explore both of those opportunities.
So in this case, it would be expected that the TIFIA and the RIF money would be less expensive than the selling the bonds money?
Madam Chair, Mr. Miller, if we can structure it correctly, the TIFIA loan program with the deferrals and other things that they provide can be extremely beneficial. One of the major benefits of those programs, in addition to the deferral, is as long as you have a BBB rating in effect, you can still get the federal interest rate. So I think right now that's a very robust 2.5, maybe it's a little bit higher there. And so even with, instead of AAA rates or credit rating, which you typically need to receive that level of interest rate, as long as you have an investment grade, which again down to BBB, you can get essentially that low interest rate that otherwise wouldn't be available based on your credit worthiness.
Mr. Caswell?
Is there a coverage ratio on the collateral required percent of total loan amount that you work with? How do they assess what's an appropriate coverage?
And you're referring to the credit risk premium they would require? Madam Chair, Mr. Kasowitz, that's done on a case-by-case basis.
It's negotiated.
Our former colleague, Morteza Ferjan, currently leads the organization that would be responsible for making that determination. He is recusing himself for up to a year from engaging in any Virginia projects. In case of any of you are keeping track of when we wished him goodbye at the stables, that's only a few months away, and so we look forward to
Mr. Donahue is really kidding.
I am kidding. But it's done by the Build America Bureau. They have a model that they use depending on your revenue source. And so again, a sales tax revenue is, you would require a lower credit risk premium than a toll-backed stream. If it's an existing toll road, which I-66 is, with an established history and performance, it would have a lower credit risk premium than a greenfield that's not yet in existence. So there's a host of factors that are taken into account there by the Build America Bureau.
What's a good target?
I think for
target range.
For toll roads, it's typically around 10%. For sales tax revenue, it can be below 5%. And again, for some toll roads, it can be as high as 15, 20%. It all depends on where the road is, the demographics of the area, the economic projections, and other things of that nature.
Mr. Malden, did you have a question? I didn't know. I didn't know if I saw your hand. Okay.
No, I'm just enjoying
Must be
this.
just over my periphery. Guess who it was? But anyway. But anything, really what we're talking about today is whether or not we could amend the agreement with MVTC. All really good questions, however, but.
Give us a lot of flexibility.
Anything else? Okay, well, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Is there anything you want to add, Mr. Williams?
No.
Yeah.
I'm with John on this.
John, you're in charge. Okay. Ms. Maxwell.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm here just to give you a very brief update as to where we are on the naming rights. If you recall, several months ago, the Secretary Chair asked a couple of members of the board, Mr. Yates and Mr. Brown, to put together a small working group to address the naming of state highways and transportation facilities, and to address some issues that had recently arisen. So after a couple of meetings, we've come up with a plan and a process as far as going forward, and I just wanted to give you a very quick update to let you know what to expect in the next couple of months. First place to start is with the code. Section 33.2-213 of the Code of Virginia provides that the CTB has the authority to name highways and transportation facilities in the Commonwealth. And there are basically three situations when those namings arise. One is when they're requested by local governments. Two is when they're requested by state agencies that have employed state officials or employees who have been killed in the line of duty. And three, when requested by or for private entities in exchange for an annual fee, which is to be established by the CTB. Basically, the underlying legislation requires the CTB and VDOT to develop guidelines for purposes of naming highways and other transportation facilities for private entities and the applicable fees. After deliberating the issues and discussing some of the recent events, Mr. Yates and Mr. Brown, we've come up with a plan to move forward. First thing is we've put together some draft guidelines that address both what I'll call commemorative namings, namings by for private entities for a fee, and then quote unquote other namings. The key aspects of the draft guidelines, and I will say that at some point in the very near future, our intent is to make those guidelines available to the board. At the end of the day, it will be, you all will need to be adopting those guidelines. The key aspects of the draft guidelines are, number one, I'm going to start at the bottom of the slide first. The guidelines address namings by for private entities for a fee, the process that's to be used for that, and what the proposed fees are going to be. Then the other aspect of the guidelines address what I will call commemorative namings and or the other namings. Pretty much for those namings, the process to be used is already set out in the code. And the bottom line for that is that for either commemorative or other namings generally, the locality in which the highway or the other transportation facility is located must request and pay the costs of the naming. So they have to request that the naming or the facility be named or renamed, and then they have to be willing to pay the costs. In the case of a state official or a state employee who's been killed in the line of duty, the state agency that employed that individual has to request the naming, and then the costs of naming are paid from the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. The costs that are set out in the statute are the cost of producing, placing, and maintaining the signs. And then these namings in particular, the commemorative and other namings would just, at this point, based on the guidelines, would be taken on a case-by-case basis. So, next steps. Basically, our plan is to, we are currently finalizing the guidelines, or preparing a final draft for your consideration. Our plan is to provide those to you in the next month or two. We will make those available to you all. There have been recent changes in the law that will also at some point require that those guidelines be made available to the public for comment before they are actually finalized or become effective. So our thought is that at some point we will have to publish those as well. But I think for purposes of this board, we would want to know that before we publish those guidelines that you all are completely on board and have approved them in concept. There's also another slight nuance with regard to the guidelines, and that is the underlying legislation that established the naming rights for a fee requires the commissioner, prior to adoption of the guidelines, to report, and this is literal language out of the legislation, report to the chairman of the House and Senate Transportation Committees and the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee and Senate Finance Committee. That is the extent of what's described in the law. So what we would envision is once we know or feel comfortable that you all are on board with the guidelines as drafted, that at that point we would communicate those or present a report to the General Assembly. And then in the ensuing month, go ahead and have you all formally adopt, then post for public comment, and finally the guidelines would become effective. But we envision having, we're making some final touches to the guidelines. We would envision having those available to you in the next month or two.
Anything you'd like to add?
I think that's a complete report. I think we kind of did a very broad view of kind of all the issues surrounding name changes, and really found that the legislature had been somewhat prescriptive with regard to that process. And so I think it was incumbent upon us to actually get these guidelines published so that folks that want to avail themselves of that process can do that. Mr. Yates?
Just a comment, really not major changes on anything, and the main thing that affects us, I think, is it has to be a local initiative. That's the key, I think, for the naming change.
And it's good to have it written down.
Right,
And
right.
Mary Hines has had an effect on all of us. And so, well, just being more deliberate about this, right, Mary? And so anyway, we're doing this, and you'll be forwarding the copy of the guidelines to all the members, and then we can give input to this, and we can make a final recommendation.
Maxwell's done a great job, by the way.
I'm sorry?
Really good job on this, Ms. Maxwell. So.
As always.
Always.
As always. She's
Greatly
going to fix
appreciated.
something for me by tomorrow, I know. Mr. Whitworth.
A highway name. Have we done, I don't recall doing that. What's the last time somebody's paid a fee for a name?
Madam Chair, that would have been, no one has paid a fee for a name. This is, in essence, the law requires the guidelines, and at this point in time, no one has paid a fee. Other than the cost, the localities, the cost of placing, maintaining the signs, but not an annual fee as is contemplated under the code. This will be a first.
Do you know the intent of the legislature in having this available?
Madam Chair, I think the point of the legislation was there was a thought that this might be a sufficient or significant revenue source for the way federal law works too. The monies that we would take in for purposes of a naming or sponsorship, as the feds would call this, the money would have to go back to the maintenance of that particular facility.
Is there a fee that is denoted? What is the fee?
Madam Chair, members of the board, that fee is to be set by the Commonwealth Transportation Board. So the guidelines.
We've never set it.
Madam Chair, that Mr. Miller, that's correct.
Shepherd,
and what we
Miller,
would,
whatever.
Mr. Shepherd, we would.
Just call me for dinner, all right?
That is the point, that is one significant point of these guidelines would be for you all to be established and the fees to be charged. And right now, the way they're set out, we're looking at facilities, major facilities like structures, and then we're looking at dividing roads into primaries, interstates, secondaries, and a per lane charge.
So could we have like fee structures so that if we had like members who were in their last rodeo, we could have a diminished fee structure to name something after them? Is that possible under the guidelines?
If you die.
Just wondering.
Big fee.
Don't need to answer that, thank you. He's chastising me.
Excuse me, they had renaming of roads too, like we experienced in Arlington a few months ago.
Madam Chair, these guidelines would address that specific situation, but again, the law is very prescriptive. A locality would have to request it and be willing to pay the costs of changing the names on the signage. So the cost of maintaining the signs, changing, installing new signs, et cetera. But these guidelines would cover that type of situation.
So in the future, other localities come in front of us, they're not gonna go through the General Assembly, they'll come right to the CTB for approval?
Madam Chair, these guidelines would not necessarily dictate or prevent someone from going straight to the General Assembly. The General Assembly would certainly continue to have that prerogative.
Thank you.
But just to be clarified, we become a forum, so I think absent them going to the General Assembly, we could become the forum to make that determination.
For example, if Jeff Davis Highway was thought to be changed in South Richmond, for example, would the city council come to us or General Assembly members or?
Madam Chair, that might be getting a little technical. If it's a part of a road that the city maintains, they may be able to do that without coming to us. The naming rights applies really to the roads that VDOT maintains. For instance, I think we had a situation in Alexandria where they changed the name, but they did not have to come to the Commonwealth Transportation Board.
So, Madam Chair, so for example, Arthur Ashe Boulevard, the changing of the boulevard to Arthur Ashe Boulevard, that was done by the city because it was on the city portion of the road as maintained by the city. But if it was a state portion, it would have had to come to this body. And so it did not come to this body to extend that, but that opportunity exists.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Bronco, I think we're gonna maybe come back to you after lunch, if that's okay. I know you're very, I don't blame you. Because I know you want to extend your time here, I'm sure. Ms. Whitlock, is this a good time to do this? So I am going to make a motion. I move that the Commonwealth Transportation Board convene in a closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711, A6 of the Code of Virginia to discuss a specific transaction with a private company involving the investment of existing public funds to be approved by the CTB, which will have statewide implications where bargaining is involved and where the financial interest of the Commonwealth would be adversely affected if the discussions were made public at this time.
I would second that motion and offer a slight amendment that we go get something to eat and put it out here and have our meeting.
I think, though, if we make this motion.
I'm not amending it, I'm just seconding
No,
the motion.
I actually have a second part.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Additionally, I move that the board staff attend the closed session because their presence is deemed necessary and will aid the board in its consideration of this matter.
So, Madam
Second
Chair,
that
actually,
piece. So,
I'd actually, just a point of order, I'd actually think Mr. Williams should make the motion, and then I would second it since you're chairing. I think from a parliamentary perspective,
Okay.
that's,
As stated by the secretary, I would make the motion.
so he's making the motion, I'm seconding it, yes.
Ms. Whitlock, we should just go ahead and do this, then we can invite everybody back in and then break for lunch. We can't do this and go to lunch.
I'm just kidding. I was just kidding about the lunch.
No.
Do it now.
Okay, so we're gonna, okay. So we're just going to go into closed session for a period of time. So we are going to ask, and we'll come back and then we will
Certify.
exit the closed session.
We'll certify.
And then we will go to lunch for those of you in the audience. So just so you somewhat know.
We need to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, so I have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Thank you.
Just for discussion.
Mr. Secretary?
Better go.
Okay. Welcome back to those of you who came back. To the best of your knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted.
You need to say, I move.
The audio is now working. I'm sorry, Mary.
Start with, I move.
Thank you. So I move that, to the best of your knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Do a roll call?
Mr. Smoot?
Aye.
Mr. Dodson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Hines? Aye. Mr. Yates? Aye. Mr. Williams? Aye. Ms. Mitchell? Aye.
I don't vote.
Aye.
Mr. Whitworth?
Aye.
Ms. DeTonk? Aye. Mr. Malvin?
Aye.
Mr. Kasrowitz?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we will suspend now. Now that you've all come back, we're going to suspend for lunch, and we will be back.
Back, we're gonna leave.
Mr. Whitworth, are you thinking everybody come back from lunch at 1:30? Okay, thank you.
Who?
You didn't think I could pronounce that name, did you?
Did well, thank you. Good afternoon, CTB board members, Commissioner. My presentation today, my briefing will be on the second amendment, second supplement.
So glad it wasn't the Second Amendment.
You got anything on that bill?
Well, all of you had lunch, I didn't, so that's okay. So again, my briefing today is going to be on the second supplement to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge ownership. So back in 2001, joint ownership of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge came to both Virginia and Maryland. In addition, Maryland owns and is also responsible for the non-bridge portion of the project located in Maryland, and Virginia owns and is also responsible for the non-bridge portions of the project in Virginia. In 2009, a decision was made that the maintenance and operation of the bridge would be outsourced. This was done via a turnkey asset management services contract. When that contract came into place, we needed a first supplement to designate basically what role Maryland has when it comes to paying for the cost and maintenance of the bridge, as well as what role Virginia does. Both the turnkey asset management service contract and the supplement are going to expire in April of 2020. So VDOT next month will be requesting CTB's approval for the commissioner to enter into a second supplement to the agreement with the state of Maryland covering ownership, operation, inspection, and maintenance of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. The second supplement addresses operation, maintenance, inspection, just like the first one did, and repairs. Now, the difference is the previous contract was the turnkey asset management service contract, or as we like to call it, TAMS. The new contract performance method is going to be the bundled interstate maintenance service contract, or as we call it, BIMS. The difference is that the BIMS, the bundled interstate maintenance service contract, the performance requirements are much more stringent. And the bundled interstate maintenance service contract is going to outline the performance and administrative requirements for the contract as defined in the initial ownership agreement, and again, all of its supplements. The BIMS contract has been awarded previously 4 times by the CTB, and per VA Code 33.2-22(1)B states that the board shall have the power and duty to enter into all contracts with other states. So, VDOT is currently developing the second supplement with Maryland, where we have conversation back and forth. We're waiting for their input. Again, the second supplement is needed because we are changing the performance method. We're going from TAMS to BIMS, as well as the expiration of both the TAMS contract and the first supplement. The second supplement will define how the contract payment is administered between the 2 jurisdictions, and also that the new contract is the bundled interstate maintenance service contract. The second supplement will identify the use and implementation of the BIMS contracts as the resource to meet both joint and individual responsibilities of Maryland and Virginia. The second supplement will remain in effect for the duration of the contract, of the BIMS contract, including any extensions. And then again, next month, I'll be requesting your approval and authorization for the commissioner to enter into a second supplement to the agreement with Maryland. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Yes, Mr. Miller.
You said that the requirements were more stringent than the previous vehicle. Is that because, did we have issues before and we're trying to tighten up?
We've had this contract in place for about 10 years, the TAMS, and all the TAMS we're converting over to BIMS because we're learning things that we need to do better. For example, on the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, They are standpipes, which are basically pipes for the fire department to hook up to. That's not something we considered in the initial TAMs. Well, we've learned through the process we needed to that. We also, for example, wanted to be able to have the BIMS contractor perform higher level of emergency work should it arrive, for example, patching holes on the bridge. We didn't have that before. So it's those kind of things. It's kind of a refinement. It's not a major change, but it does allow us the flexibility to address those concerns that were
Sort
there.
of answered the real question, which is we're moving in that direction on many things we're doing.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. As I mentioned, back in 2015, we had 4 TAMs that were converted to BIMs, and we're not really going to be doing TAMs anymore. We're looking to be the enhanced version of TAMs. Sure.
Yes, sir.
I was going to ask real quick, how long is this supplement going to be for? What time?
For the
period?
duration of the contract, that's the plan. So the next contract is going to be for 9 years, I think it is, 5 to 9 years, and so the supplement will be the same length as the contract term.
Thank you.
Sure.
Johnson?
Yes, I recognize that you did a lot of work recently looking at special or vital structures, and I don't see this in that category, if you will. But yet at the same time, we've got some requirements for maintenance, and I was wondering if within this program, we're looking at preventive maintenance.
Yeah, part of this program for the Woodrow Wilson includes inspection of the bridge, the maintenance, the operation, and any other maintenance associated with it.
It may need to stand on its own, but just ask that question about whether it's considered a vital, special structure within the hierarchy of VDOT.
Mr. Chairman, for the first 25 structures that we've identified, they're wholly owned by the Commonwealth, and since this is a special, unique one that's standalone, it's a 50-50 split between the operations and maintenance of the facility. We felt that it was not appropriate to include it within the special structures component.
It is also one of the newest structures, so we're...
Mr. Dodson?
How long ago was it finished?
2001.
Wow.
So the old one was taken down in 2001.
I remember the traffic jams up there.
The old one was taken down in 2001. A new structure was built in 2001. That's when the ownership transferred to Virginia and Maryland, joint ownership.
Thank you.
Questions? Since there's equal ownership, there's equal ownership, is that correct? 50-50
No,
ownership?
joint ownership is the language that they define it. Equal maintenance, the cost sharing for the maintenance is equally, but the ownership in the contract language is defined as joint. It doesn't say 50-50 or whatever, so.
Okay, well, if there's equal responsibility on
Yeah.
on everything else, then what is it that we are negotiating on, but with Maryland?
Yeah, the reason we need a supplement is the supplement defines, for example, should Maryland not be able to pay their part, what the process is. And then basically Virginia will have the option if they wanted to basically exclude the Maryland portion. So it clearly defines the role of each state as it relates to maintaining and operating it, and should they default, how it'll play out.
I think in the replacement.
Get your mic.
Your mic. I'm sorry. I thought the WW bridge and underlying bridge was 2/3, 1/3. It's not.
A lot of confusion, but it definitely, I have it here, and it clearly states that the ownership is joint, and that the upkeep for maintenance and repairs is to be shared equally. That's the exact language.
Are these the bridges that are being replaced?
The old Woodrow Wilson Bridge was torn down, and a new one was replaced. The old one was owned by the federal government, and then you had other players in there. When this came in about in 2001.
Gotcha.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Martinsburg Southern Connector, Ms. Dean.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm pleased to present to you today the third installment in the Martinsville Southern Connector Environmental Impact Statement Study. Specifically, the intent of this presentation today is to prepare the board for a decision on the recommended preferred alternative for this study. So some updates since the last meeting. You were briefed in May on the range of alternatives under consideration. At that time, we talked about 5 build alternatives under consideration, 2 of which were highlighted as potentially being eliminated. We have since eliminated those, and I will talk about that briefly in a few moments. We've completed all the draft NEPA documentation and most of the corresponding agency reviews. Of course, some of completion of that NEPA documentation is contingent on your action. We held a public hearing in the summer to solicit input on VDOT's recommendation for preferred alternative, and the 2 federal agencies that are engaged in this EIS level study have concurred on the recommendation of the preferred alternative. I'd also note that since our last briefing, the Henry County Board of Supervisors has taken action to endorse Alternative C as well. They've also, in that resolution, asked that VDOT consider looking at some adjustments to that preferred alternative should it be selected as we move into the final environmental impact statement. So by way of overview, we've used this slide a few times, but just to make sure everyone's on the same page, this study was initiated in early 2018 in February. In fact, the notice of intent was issued in the Federal Register, specifically to analyze improvements in this part of the state, generally along the 220 corridor between the state line and Route 58 south of Martinsville. You may recall that our preliminary alternatives included 11 distinct options, both to the east and to the west of 220, as well as improvements along the existing corridor. So we got started in February. We began our scoping and data collection efforts early that year. We received some input in May on purpose and need. We'll talk about that in a moment. But then in August of 2018, the Federal Highway Administration designated this EIS study as being subject to the one federal decision executive order. So you all were briefed on the implications of that, but just briefly here, OFD applies time limits to an EIS level study, seeking that they be completed in 2 years. Of course, we had already begun this study, so we had a little bit of a reprieve there. But most notably is the requirement to obtain all federal authorizations at the conclusion of NEPA. So that's not just FHWA's NEPA decision, which we're accustomed to, but also other federal authorizations. So in this case, that would be the permitting by the Army Corps of Engineers. So what that did to the study was cause us to need to identify this recommended preferred alternative in the draft EIS. So in concert with that, we had some additional public involvement, which is always a good thing. We've held 2 citizen information meetings, 1 public hearing, 3 online surveys that worked in concert with those public meetings and received over 1,300 survey responses, so really robust responses for this study. We've also maintained generally monthly meetings with our federal, state, and local agency stakeholders, and to date, they've concurred on study methods, they've concurred on purpose and need, they've concurred on the alternatives retained for detailed study, and as already mentioned, the recommended preferred alternative. We've maintained a monthly email newsletter and currently have just shy of 400 subscribers to that, and of course, as is required, we've notified property owners in the study area to support ongoing field work, and that's also presented an opportunity to plug them into the other study information. Okay, so foundational to NEPA is the purpose and need, so that sets forth the problem that you're trying to solve, and it's the test against which potential solutions to that problem are vetted. So back in the fall of 2018, we began that purpose and need research effort. So that includes outreach to citizens and solicitation of their input, as well as data collection, primarily traffic and land use and other things. What you have on the screen are one of the questions that were posed during that time frame, which would best improve travel through the 220 corridor. Over half of the respondents there said that the separation of local and through traffic would improve travel through the corridor, followed by improving intersections and adding additional capacity. I would note that the truck volumes in this corridor are rather high. This is a major north-south freight corridor. So you have a mix of local access needs along with regional access needs. Our data collection demonstrated that approximately 85% of trucks that are entering this corridor are not stopping within the corridor, so it's regional through traffic that they are desiring in this part of the state. Also of note, in terms of the purpose and needs survey, we heard a lot from citizens about the safety concerns and conditions along the corridor, the mix of trucks with school buses and other local access needs, but we also heard about the benefit of the corridor to accessing local destinations.
Chairman? Yes, Mr. Kaplowitz.
Question. Ms. Dean, you mentioned in the purpose and need that this was to solve a problem on this corridor, or problems on this corridor. And I'm a little confused on the use of the word accommodate. It's not improve. It's kind of an ambiguous word in the context of what they're looking to accomplish with this. I guess my fundamental question is this corridor subject to chronic congestion? Is it clogged during peak periods of the day? Is it at capacity?
I would say that this corridor doesn't experience capacity constraints like you would see in other urbanized areas.
It does not.
It does not. Okay. However, there are safety concerns in the corridor that you see through things like rear-end crashes that are the result of that mix of local and regional traffic. There are, in this 7-mile stretch, if I have the numbers straight, there are 131 access points, which averages to 18 access points per mile. So that's the responses that we're receiving through the data as well as through the citizens. So not so much capacity, although you can see 31% perceived that additional capacity was needed.
So you mentioned safety concerns. Is this roadway statistically less safe than other arterials of its type in Virginia?
I don't have the safety numbers in front of me. We certainly have lots of that information that we can provide, but certainly the geometric deficiencies in this corridor are well known. There are issues with sight distances from the rolling topography through this corridor. The corridor through this section currently does not meet design standards as an indication of safety concerns, if you will.
Federal design standards?
Yes, correct.
I guess my last question on this, does this region expect a significant change or projects that would lead to economic development along this corridor? Is there an expectation of increased traffic demand and increased capacity needs?
As we project traffic as is required for a study of this magnitude out to 2040, we do see increases in both automobile traffic as well as truck traffic. Of course, there is a synergy there with land use, so those land use changes would need to move in concert with those projected traffic increases. So I would say that others in the region would probably support that suggestion.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Comments? Go ahead.
Okay. So the purpose and need statement then is crafted as a result of all that feedback, the data collection, and the public and agency input. So I won't read it to you, but specifically we call out 3 need elements, we term them in the NEPA process, and those are to accommodate regional traffic, to accommodate local traffic, and to address geometric deficiencies and inconsistencies in the corridor. So all of the alternatives, both those that have been considered and dismissed as well as the alternatives retained, are all addressed. Their ability to meet these needs are addressed in the NEPA document. Okay, so back to alternative D and E that I mentioned at the onset. When you all were briefed in May, we had 5 build alternatives along with the no build that were under consideration, and that included alternatives D and E. Alternative D improves 220 through most of its length north of Ridgeway and then moves off onto new location, as you can see, with the spur connection up to 58. Alternative E is a reconstruction of the corridor throughout its length from the state line up to 58. So when we talked in May, we mentioned that obviously the potential relocation impacts associated with both of these are severe by some estimations, and VDOT wanted a little more time to see if we could reduce the impacts associated with those, the perceived impacts associated with those, and so we sharpened our pencils a bit. What we found since then is that alternative D is estimated to impact over 80 potential parcels, alternative E over 125. And so it's not just the community disruption resulting from these relocations, but it's also the lack of reasonable assurance that we could relocate these properties within the study area. So with that information, we coordinated with that stakeholder group that I mentioned earlier and suggested that these not be retained. However, all that documentation will be made available for comment in the draft EIS. So both have been eliminated. So where that leaves us are the 3 build alternatives you see on the slide, A, B, and C. So they are all west of the existing corridor. All 3 alternatives assume a northern, southern, and mid-corridor interchange at Route 87. Alternative A is the longest. We term that the ridge alternative. It is 8.3 miles. There's more challenging topography in this portion of the study area that increases its length. Alternative B at 7.7 miles, and alternative C, the shortest, at 7.4 miles. Okay. NEPA, the premise of NEPA is to provide an avenue for informed decision-making. NEPA does not require a specific outcome, but it requires that decision makers, such as yourselves in the Federal Highway Administration and others, are informed before they make decisions. So we do that through the assessment of impacts and costs associated with alternatives retained. Reflecting back on the purpose and need, when we determine which alternatives are retained for analysis, we're essentially saying that they all reasonably meet the purpose and need. So A, B, and C all do that. So then we look to the balance of costs and impacts associated with those alternatives. So you can see that on the screen. Alternative A having the lowest potential for relocations. Alternative B the highest at this stage of development. Alternative C with the lowest wetland, assumed acreage, and so forth. The impacts at this level of analysis are based on what we call a limit of disturbance, and in this instance, it's 400 feet. That gives us the room in which to design, because not much design has occurred at this stage of development, and the goal there would be to further reduce and minimize impacts should a build alternative be advanced. And along with that, of course, the cost estimates will be refined as we learn more should a build alternative be advanced.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Jill, in looking at the ABC options, did you assess the number of parcels? You did in D and E. Did you assess the number of parcels that would be impacted by each of these options?
Yes, those are the numbers on the screen. The same criteria were used. So I believe for residential relocations, the assumption at this stage is if the alignment comes within 10 feet of a structure, that's assumed a potential relocation, for example.
Other questions? Okay.
Okay, so the basis for recommendation of the preferred, this is the first time that, we have identified a preferred alternative in a draft EIS. So for some of you that have served on the board during one of these studies, we may seem to be a bit out of sync, but again, I'll refer you back to that one federal decision, executive order decision, which created that circumstance. So in any event, we base our recommendation on the culmination of all that I've quickly summarized for you. So all of those meetings and input from the various stakeholders, the balance of costs and impacts, as I mentioned, the public review and concurrence received from the federal agencies. And lastly, I'd note that this board is keenly interested in the Corps of Engineers' perspective on a preferred alternative, such that there can be a reasonable assurance that the alternative can advance to implementation or through the permitting process. So we have made it our practice in recent years to seek that concurrence prior to recommending an alternative to this board.
Chairman, is all this work in preparation of submitting an application to Smart Scale?
Not necessarily, although it could be. That would certainly be up to those in the region to determine how they want to move forward to implementation. There has been some discussion about any potential to look at this in pieces perhaps for implementation because of the cost, but that all remains to be determined. There's not currently funding to implement the project.
Yes, Mr.
If I may,
Johnson.
Angel, could you differentiate, please, between, I gather what you're recommending is B, possibly over C, and both of them have within one residence the same number. C has, B has 5 commercial changes that are necessary. The wetlands are sort of in the middle. The streams are about the same as C. But the price differential is significant. That's $70 million. And I'm just wondering what does your comparative analysis show you in those
So our recommendation is for alternative C, balancing the costs and impacts. So really, as you've articulated, the impacts are fairly close, although I would say a 2-acre difference with wetlands is fairly significant. But looking at the cost, we are recommending alternative C.
Yes.
So did I see in here somewhere in the disagreement slide,
Yes.
which is
Next.
page slide 11, 68% or 69% disagreed. What did they agree with?
Sure. So, and that's a great question. So I'd like to spend a couple minutes on this slide explaining. So since we are identifying a preferred alternative in the draft EIS, we went to an additional public hearing this summer specifically to solicit input on VDOT staff's recommendation of alternative C. So the question that was posed is, do you agree with alternative C as a recommended preferred alternative? So at the close of the comment period, you can see the distribution here, 68% disagreeing, 26% agreeing. I would note that on the last day, towards the end of the close of the comment period, 230 comments, identical comments were submitted from 2 computers. So we would presume 2 individuals, which shifted these percentages. To be clear, prior to the submission of those 230 responses, the split was about 48%, 48-52. But you ask a good...
It's kind of germane, isn't it?
Right. So the point being that as we comb through all of the public feedback, and I'll get to some more of that in the next slide, we didn't see, I think it was less than 4% expressed through written comment that they didn't see the need for the project at all. They didn't see the need for a build alternative, so they'd be selecting the no build, in other words. So what you have here is opinions being expressed about the location, which one, A, B, or C.
So you said that, okay, 4%, 4.7 no answer, is that no build? Are you suggesting that?
Of all the comments received, 4% indicated that they preferred no action. And so we're inferring some of that through written comments, just so we could give you all that
48% wanted, 48% after you excluded the 2 computer that put in 200 and some entries.
Yes.
Which you should do, by the way, since they all originated from the same place. 48% were for which one?
Well, they're responding to the question, do you agree with the recommendation of C as a preferred
So
alternative?
48% were yes.
Yes.
So
52
the balance
saying
would be no.
Right. And we didn't ask the question for A, B, and C, or excuse me, A and B, because we were soliciting input specifically on C. I would say we've learned a lot through this particular aspect of our public outreach that will inform the next time we have to do this.
Your choice.
Yeah. Also, to your comment, Mr. Miller, we have a lot of usage of shared computers, especially in this part of the state, like at libraries, for example. So that's the reason we weren't suppressing the ability for more than one response from a
They
single
all
computer.
came in at the same time.
They did.
So they have a long line for that computer?
I can't say for sure.
I feel like Judge Judy here. I'm not buying that.
Well, just so we're clear why we didn't curtail that.
This is in the Salem district, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smoot, you want to address this subject to your district?
I will be glad to if this is the time to do so. It is my hope that the Commonwealth Transportation Board will be supportive of the recommendation coming from Shannon Valentine that we proceed with alternative C. This will remove a long period of indecision and speculation about the route of this road when it is built, and I think it will provide a way forward that enjoys widespread support in the community. The Board of Supervisors voted unanimously for this. They did request that some effort be made in one place to move a bit away from a residential area, and I understand that is being considered. The person who represents the district in the county on the Board of Supervisors where the road is located is very much in favor of it. I've heard from these people, I've actually met with several of them at their request. And the Henry County area, as I think all of you understand, is an area that has struggled economically, and I think to send a message to them that a project that has gone forward this far, and I think this is the third time it's been before CTB, and is now in the bottom of the ninth inning, I hope we would see it to fruition. This road will not be built until it is funded, obviously. It is not funded. But it would be in a position to move forward very quickly at such time as it may be funded, be that from state funds or from federal funds. The one other thing I would say is that this is the last remaining stretch of Route 220 that has not been elevated to a level which will reflect well on the Commonwealth. If you've been up this road, you come up out of North Carolina on a highway that has now been upgraded to interstate standards. And you literally get to the Virginia state line, and this is the greeting to the Commonwealth that you receive. Now, once you get beyond the 7-mile stretch, 220 is a reasonably good highway on up through Roanoke. And we have letters from each of the local governments, beginning in Roanoke, Franklin County, City of Roanoke, Roanoke County, asking that this project go forward. So I would ask that the board support moving forward. Scott and I have had several conversations about this. We have a different perspective on it, but I think one thing we would likely agree with, Scott, and you can obviously speak for yourself, is that in the future, perhaps we need to exercise more care in how far projects are advanced that are not funded projects. I would hate to see us utilize any one project to begin that, but I think going forward, that's something we might give some attention to. Thank you.
Mr. Kapswitz.
In response to Mr. Smoot's comments, I do have concerns and purpose and need fundamentally. It's not a congested corridor. I don't know if there's a higher incidence of traffic accidents than we'd have on other corridors. That's information I'd like to receive before we actually vote. But my concerns also fundamentally come from our ability to potentially fund this project. We know that needs across the Commonwealth are just extraordinary and they're growing. The lowest cost alternative here in today's dollars is $620 million. It's almost $100 million a mile. And it's an expensive piece of roadway. And if we, to John's question, have we looked at smart scale as a funding alternative, it would take multiple rounds of high priority funds to do this project if it were to be selected in smart scale. I think practically speaking, the chances of that are very limited. So my concern is that we create an expectation in that region that does a couple things. First, it places what I would call a de facto condemnation on properties that are in that alignment. And we worked very hard as a board on the Ashland situation on that specific issue. What we didn't want to do was take a project that had a very low probability of ever occurring and create an unending ambiguity on whether or not these landowners were going to be impacted by this new alignment, which was specifically defined as the alignment, and this would be specifically defined. So I have concerns in that regard. The other is that in the context of other funding alternatives, I don't know if I see them. If they're out there, I'd like to learn about them and know about them. But I mean, fundamentally, this project appears that it would have to be funded through our smart scale approach to project funding. I'm just not sure how that works in the current context of our annual or biannual funding commitments.
Mr. Chairman.
Right. Oh, yes, Ms. Hines.
Angel, you mentioned that part of this new process from the feds results in permits being issued. I've had some experience in other settings where the permits have a certain shelf life. Is that true of these?
Yes, 5 years.
5 years. So within 5 years, we would need to have identified a funding plan and have shovels in the ground?
Well, certainly the permit can be extended, but NEPA also has a shelf life associated with it, so that's 3 years. 3 years to major federal action. So NEPA would expect you to move the project along within a 3-year horizon to some degree. And that can take different forms.
I was going to say, what are the move it along? What is that? What would that mean?
It could be final design activities. It could be the purchase of right-of-way, advancement in those ways.
Both of those would require some level of funding.
Correct.
I guess that's my concern. I hear you, Mr. Smoot, I really do, but if we don't have a game plan that puts a chunk of money on this to advance it in the next 3 to 5 years, I don't see how we fund it. And I share Mr. Kasperwitz's concern about it would take all of Smart Scale to fund.
Comments?
Chair.
Mr. Dodson?
I was going to ask you a question about the responses. You had said you had 2 computers that responded multiple times.
230.
Where did the computers originate from? Was it Henry?
One was from Nelson County and the other was unknown. We couldn't
Nelson
discern.
County. That's a long ways from Martinsville. So I imagine that was kind of faked and everything. Okay. The other thing is that obviously if you've been down that road, North Carolina spent a lot of money on improving their roads up to the Virginia border. And we all know that Henry County, that part of the state, is economically depressed. And it will stay economically depressed without good transportation. There's obviously a big project in the Danville area that we help support on an extension of a 58 recently and multi-thousands of jobs of a manufacturer, maybe auto manufacturer. So I hear what your concerns are, but if you have no hope, that part of Virginia will continue to lag behind Northern Virginia. Thank you.
A question. How did this stretch of road score on the proposed V-Trans need assessment?
I do not know. Does anyone know? We can certainly find that out for you.
Well, that may be germane to funding is a question. Meanwhile, Mr. Kapsowitz.
I guess just two. There's a-
I thought someone was coming to answer the question.
It's the
I
V-Trans.
thought someone was moving forward to answer the question.
Mr. Tender, were you going to answer the question, or were you prepared to answer that question?
Gave it back.
This is on V-Trans.
The question was, this stretch of road regarding the Martinsville Southern Connector, how did it score on the V-Trans proposed need?
So Whitworth, that's what I was looking into, actually. I'm not very familiar with this project. I can certainly look into it and get back to the board on that.
But if it does not score on V-Trans needs, it would not be qualified for high priority funds, is that correct?
Yes, if it does not have any segments that meet one or more V-Trans needs, then it would not be scored as part of the smart scale process.
Thank you.
It sounds like it could score on the safety needs, which is now available for high priority funding and as well as district funding.
This is a quarter of statewide significance. I might suggest that, because of the stage of the study, not knowing what the solution would be, it may not be part of that analysis yet. Is there someone else behind me?
Chairman?
Oh, is that better?
I'm sorry.
Gotta wait for her.
I hated to interrupt us. Mr. Donahue, do you know how does the 220 project that was submitted relate to V-Trans?
Madam Chair, I was just talking with Mr. Ramchandi behind us, and I have to admit, off the top of my head here on the code, I do not recall, but if you give me a minute or two,
Excellent.
perhaps I can have a more complete answer for you.
Excellent.
Or an answer.
Okay, Mr. Miller?
Did we, I hear Mr. Smoot, and I understand what you're saying, and yet it's very expensive. It's a small area, and the return seems hard to wrap your arms around. Although when you're severely depressed, anything is good. I'm looking at the picture on page number 6, or slide number 6. Can you go to that?
Get the chairman here.
Slide number 6, yeah, it was back. You went past it. There it is. So, not having been on this road in like a gazillion years, I just pulled it up on Google Maps and rode down it for a while. And it takes a long time from the border to get to that, okay? So, a lot of this road that goes from the border up towards Martinsville, Ridgeway, and then Martinsville, does not look like that at all.
Doesn't look like that in terms of the adjacent land use, but it does have the geometric deficiencies.
Correct, but the land use is what bothers me more than the road itself, because the road is a 4-lane road in a rural area that looks okay to me, okay? Now, when you're trying to transit through an area, I get why this is not optimal. It's sort of like 360 out of Richmond. Used to be really good, and now Richmond's gotten like, Brandonville used to be in the boondocks, and now it's like Center City. So the question is did we look at any alternative that was way beyond the border that got up into this sort of issue? Meaning, we don't have to improve the road from the border all the way up. Maybe it's the last couple miles we could skirt around somehow. Did we look at anything like that, or did we start at the border and go from there?
We started at the state line up to 58. That was the charge, to look at an improvement in that area.
And if it was me charging you, I'd say look at the other one too. Because I get sort of the getting around this, but if you look at it on a map, this is not illustrative of the 6 miles. It's only illustrative of the very last piece. As I saw it on Google Maps, and I could be wrong, but I was trying to ride down it on the internet.
Commissioner, do you want to just give a little bit of a history on this?
I'll actually ask Angel to give a little bit of brief history, but this project started off with some residual earmarked funds that were made available that specifically had to be used in the corridor or would not be eligible for use elsewhere. So part of this project was to be able to identify the purpose and need, and lay out the preferred alternative along the corridor. Fell into the one federal decision that will lead to the permits being issued. But beyond that, as what was previously noted, that the funds were not, there are no funds available to be able to take that at the current time for construction. However, the funds to be able to do the study and identify the needs along the corridor were earmarked funds that needed to be spent specifically in the corridor and make these improvements. The earmarks from the federal program. So if Angel can, once the sidebar conversation ends, that Angel might be able to add some additional information.
Sorry.
I will apologize because that was not her fault, that was my fault. So if there was a question towards her at the end, I took her away, so I apologize.
My only point was that is there anything in addition to how this project came about and why we are only going up to the one federal decision leading up to the permit stage?
Sure. So I think as you already articulated, Commissioner, this was one of the sources of repurposed earmark from I-73. So it was $4.6 million of that earmark was specifically slated to look at improvements from the state line to 58. So hence to Mr. Miller's question, why the focus of this is that corridor, that 7 miles, as opposed to looking to, for example, the arterial preservation program and looking at spot improvements at intersections and things like that. There's certainly opportunity for that here, but that is not the subject of this study.
Mr. Brown.
I recall this issue coming back from when our friend William Franklin was serving on the board. And wasn't this part of, North Carolina had done something, and, I'm sorry, North Carolina had done something on their side of the line, and there was some expectation that we would do some improvements on our side of the line. Is that a part of that history?
I can't speak to that being the expectation. That's certainly part of the reality, as has already been mentioned, that there is an improved limited access facility at the state line south in North Carolina for, I think it's 18 miles.
I guess the next question, I guess, is to Mr. Dodson and Mr. Smoot. Is the thought here that this corridor would be a corridor where economic growth could occur, kind of more of that? I know that Mr. Williams is going to respond to this. If you build it, they'll come. Was that part of the planning for this corridor? Is that if you if you increase the capacity on this road, then that would become a corridor that could be used to attract additional economic growth?
Certainly, highways contribute to economic growth. They are arteries of commerce, and this is very lacking in attracting people to this area. It is an area that has been challenged, continues to be challenged, and the statement here to me is one of trying to bring this project to a conclusion where it can compete for funding, be that state funding or perhaps at this point unknown federal funding. I mean, we're in the bottom of the ninth inning on this project, and we have considered it here. I think this is at least the third time, and I think to give assurance and credibility to the people in that region of the role we're playing in this, we need to move it forward and then let it compete, as all projects have to compete for funding. But if we don't do this, it won't be able to compete for funding, and this indecision will continue to linger. So appreciate the question, and certainly the economic development of this region would be enhanced by having a highway that compares favorably with others in Virginia and North Carolina.
From my point of view, Mr. Brown, I'm not an economic development director, but Triad is booming, and it's hard to get from the Triad up to Martinsville. They built a major highway, you go down 29 south of Danville, and instead of going to Greensboro, you can loop around and go right to the Greensboro airport. So I can't state on economic development, but I can say that on North Carolina side of the border, it's booming. And hopefully Martinsville and Henry County will be a part of that with road improvements.
Mr. Donahue, is there anything you wanted to add to this?
Madam Chair, in response to the question that you posed, I was looking at and I want to stress draft V-Trans needs, because there's a presentation later, and Mr. Whitworth, there's still action from the board to come before it is ever the final need. So just to give myself the caveat so I don't get in trouble in a later presentation. What is currently shown on the map, and again, that we're having some Wi-Fi issues in the room, so this is not a full recognition. There are 4 intersections along the corridor, mostly in Ridgeway, where 84 ties in, heading south, that show up as safety needs. There is a segment that I was not able to gather the length on, but it is a segment in the town of Ridgeway, or just north of the town of Ridgeway, that had some congestion issues, and then there was some congestion that showed up at the 58 220 interchange. So we are trying to get some of the other needs to load, but Madam Chair, the technology is not currently cooperating with us. With that which I could get to cooperate, that is what I was able to see.
In plain English, it would qualify as satisfying some of the needs based upon the preliminary draft?
Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, can you ask me the full question? I was not in the room earlier.
I think the question was whether or not this project met the V-Trans needs analysis such that it would be otherwise eligible to compete for funds based upon the draft that you're currently evaluating.
Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, what I would say right now, and I would ask for another minute, I actually don't do the screening in V-Trans, so I just need to ask some of the folks here exactly how that works. Is there are 4 intersections that have a safety need, and there is a segment and another interchange that has a congestion need. If there was projects that helped address that, then they would meet a need in V-Trans and could be scored in Smart Scale. I've missed a lot of the discourse here, so I'm not sure of the nuances or of the question, so on just a general basis.
I think you answered my question.
Okay.
The answer would be yes.
What we could do is just suspend, so you could figure that out. We could go into another presentation and we can finish. I will just say that, part of this evolved because funding was dedicated to this particular corridor, and they're in the midst of getting a project permitted along this road. This portion of 220 has always been important to this region. It's very important to the business community. It's important to the people who live in this region. While we are looking at where it fell along V-Trans, I will just say that Secretary Chow has announced in St. Louis the introduction of something called rural routes. And there's not a lot of money, but there is money attached to this, where they're really trying to identify corridors in rural Virginia for the very reasons that you all have articulated. And I had, in my meeting with Nicole Nason, who is head of FHWA, and invited her to come to Virginia. This is one of the routes I would like to present to her in Virginia. If we are able to continue, because I don't know exactly where the funding could come. I don't know if it fits in with our Smart Scale, but I think there could be at some point some funding or different opportunities outside of our programs. And so I just mentioned that to you as we're moving forward, that there could be some other opportunities for rural Virginia that come along as you all are deliberating the decision for this. So
I think we're right at the end. If you want me to, there may be some points that would
Okay,
help
and that might
inform
give
the
Nick enough
discussion.
time.
Is that okay? And I think the crux of what you all are contending with, since it's on the screen, is that capacity is not one of the need elements you see listed there. So that's clear. We're not trying to suggest that there's a capacity need per se. There are geometric deficiencies and a mix of 2 travel sheds that are leading to safety issues and localized congestion issues. So I just wanted to make that point. And if I can advance ahead, I'll Secretary conclude and then.
I thought you were still on page 6, sorry.
No. Almost done.
Sorry.
Okay. So.
Madam Secretary, before we advance, is there a dollar amount associated with this rural road funding program on a federal level?
I'm not sure there is, and I don't want to quote it because I'm not positive right at this moment.
Okay, so I'll be brief on this slide because we've already hit most of this. So the public hearing was very well attended, so lots of interest, I would say, in the corridor. We did receive a lot of comments, comment letters. We received a petition, so we have folks who represent, we think, an area along Alternative C, a residential area, some of which is undeveloped currently, that would like to see the alignment shifted away from them. But again, I go back to the point that they weren't suggesting there was no need for an improvement. We also, as has been mentioned, and just to be fair, I'd like to list them, have received letters of support for Alternative C from the cities of Roanoke and Martinsville, the counties of Franklin and Roanoke, the Martinsville-Henry County Chamber of Commerce, the West Piedmont Planning District Commission, and 4 local legislators. Okay, so the decision options before this board are presented here. So we have 3 build alternatives under consideration, so certainly all 3 of those are available to you for decision, as is the no build option. I would also reiterate, as I think I mentioned earlier, that Henry County had asked that we look at an adjustment to the alignment of Alternative C as it approaches 58 to kind of deal with some of that public feedback with those residential, with that residential development. So that is something that VDOT is able and certainly willing to do. So this is the staff recommendation. I won't rehash this, so I think you're well familiar with that. And the steps that will follow, I don't have dates. We have had some delay here this fall, which have influenced our ability to commit to dates, but I will tell you that if the board acts in January, as we might anticipate, we would then look to publication of the draft in February. We would have to hold another public hearing on the draft, so solicit more feedback that is required. So we would estimate that that would be in the March 2020 timeframe. And then we would strive to get back on the original schedule for the study, which would have us issuing the final EIS in December of 2020, and then those federal authorizations soon thereafter, February of 2021. And I'll conclude.
Well, the really good news is we don't have to vote today or tomorrow on this.
Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Whitworth.
When does the clock start of when this would be? Is it at the time the final? When does the clock start, the 3-year clock start that you talked about?
Issuance of the decision. So if our schedule is correct, that would be February of 2021.
2021.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kaspwitz.
Yeah, this is an interesting process. So responding to Mr. Smoot's, Mr. Dodson's comments about economic development, I think they're very real down in that area. I don't think there's any question that this is an area that could use opportunity. I would suggest that the only thing worse than no hope is false hope. And I haven't heard a single thing here today that would give me any indication that this project could be funded. So I'm not sure if that's an alternative that really benefits the community. If we don't have a pathway to actually completing this roadway, I'm not sure we've done anybody a service down there. And I would suggest that the existing corridor, to Mr. Miller's comments, it has portions of it that are pretty wide open and could perhaps have the geometric deficiencies improved and spot improvements done to make this a more robust corridor and actually provide some economic development opportunity along the existing roadway. But to think that we can fund this out of smart scale, I just think is a bit of an illusion at this point.
Madam Chair, I would say to Scott that two things. First of all, the Board of Supervisors unanimously voted for it. And down there, it's not Alabama, Mississippi. It's part of South Virginia. So obviously, we've been on the obviously the short end of the stick for many years. And what happens is this project, whatever happens, could be a great boon for the whole area.
Mr. Miller.
What will it cost approximately to go through the process?
Complete it, to get a permitted project?
To get a
Permit.
permitted project not subject to funding?
Correct.
And for this study, we believe will come in a little shy of that.
No state money.
There's no state money.
So there's no impact to the Commonwealth.
No.
There is impact to the United States. Second question, or second point, and, or question and point. Once we get this permitted, then we have, is that when the 3-year window starts?
So the clocks associated with these federal decisions, for NEPA, it's 3 years. So they expect the project to advance to a major milestone, and there's some flexibility in what gets defined as a major milestone, but they expect the project to advance in 3 years. It doesn't evaporate, but it just means your NEPA decision has to be reevaluated.
You gotta go again.
Same for
And there's
permits,
no
5
earmark
years.
for that.
Yes.
There's no earmark for that. Here's the thing that, notwithstanding what Scott said and others, and he did say this too, which made my ears ring. I condemned or was involved in condemning a lot of properties in the city of Norfolk. And ultimately, because of what we did and what VDOT did and what others did, the laws were changed some years ago to sort of make it harder to do a lot of stuff. And what people said to us that I totally got was we put an area around someplace and said we're going to work in that area to start acquiring properties. And it put a pall of economic development across everything that was there, because people thought it's coming. We don't know when it's coming, but it's coming. And so we drove, in essence, in their view and in others, we drove down the values of that property. And so I do have concern about the people that are the residents and the businesses that are along this, albeit there's not hundreds, but it doesn't matter if you're one of them, that we cast them under this, and their property is in play, if you will, where how about they want to invest in it? Can they get their investment back out? They want to expand, all that kind of thing, or I'm going to have to move in 4 years. That's a chilling thing for folks who own property there. And so I would just ask us to be thoughtful about that and be cautious, having done that a lot and sort of understanding it from the opposite side now. I'm concerned about that.
Mr. Brown.
So, in following up on Mr. Capswood's question regarding spot improvements, if we complete the NEPA analysis, does it create the opportunity for the commissioner to come back and say, well, we've completed the NEPA analysis, we have a permitted project, but what we want to do instead is make these incremental improvements where we believe the value, segmenting the project in a way that makes it more feasible? And again, this is for information. How would that work?
On the existing roadway?
Spot improvements on the existing roadway in addition, I guess on the existing roadway. 'Cause I
Okay.
guess alternative C takes you completely out of the existing
Right.
roadway.
So I would say under that scenario, the board would designate the no-build as your selection, and it would conclude the NEPA process, and then you would look through other avenues to pursue those spot improvements.
Madam Chair, but to be specific, it's on, those spot improvements would be on the existing alignment and not necessarily one of the new alignments that staff's recommending if we're going to do this.
And
Mr. Tonk.
Thank you. I know that our VDOT had eliminated corridor improvements as one of the alternatives. Can you recall or remind us as to why VDOT eliminated
mean, improvements along the existing corridor?
That was originally part of the study.
Right.
And it was eliminated.
Correct. So there was the review of spot improvements, if you will, but driven by the needs that were identified, both as expressed by the public as well as the data collection efforts. The foundation for the study was the separation, if you will, or accommodation is the word we use, of local versus through trips. So that by its nature eliminated, along with addressing corridor-wide the geometric deficiencies, eliminated the ability of spot improvements to substantially address the purpose and need. That's why the improvement along 220 that was retained longer was a full reconstruction of 220. That was alternative E.
Thank you. And if I understand this correctly, until and unless we approve an alternative route, a proposed route, the chance of any funding is non-existent.
In this context, yes. Right. Yes.
Anything else? Okay, well, you know, it's always been a very challenging, interesting presentation. It has not changed. Thank you. So, Mr. Whitworth,
Chairman.
you did the Woodrow Wilson Bridge
We did it.
and the Martinsville. We went over that,
Resolved it.
and we are on Smart Scale.
We are.
Mr. Tucker.
Another smart scale presentation.
Oh, did Bronco go? Okay. Oh, can I ask you a question, Mr. Tucker? Mr. Carey, do you have an update for us on weather? I've gotten like 3 pieces of paper.
No. Another report.
Okay, just tell me, are they going to be able to get home?
Yes.
Okay.
It starts snowing overnight, but I can tell you that absolutely all the districts are prepared. We met or conference called with the state police, VDEM, Secretary of Transportation's officers represented, as well as Secretary of Public Safety, and everybody is ready. We expect it to come into Bristol about 10 o'clock tonight. Not a bunch of accumulation, and luckily it's 65 in some places around the state, so the roads are absorbing a lot of heat. So likely it'll be a perfect snowstorm in the sense of snow on the grass and hopefully not on the roads. But we'll see, because the temperatures are going to drop. We did not, I did want to stress, we did not do pre-treatment around the state. We spend several $1 million every time we do that, and it's raining today. If we did that, it would wash out, and that would just be money not well spent. So we did not do that. So if somebody's wondering why they're not seeing that, that's why. The other thing, I did want to take the opportunity to let you all know of something that happened within VDOT. You know, we're a partner with Waze, and we had talked to them about the potential for crowdsourcing on snow. And today, Waze and VDOT both announced that Waze has added a new feature to mark unplowed roads based on input from VDOT. So there are 130 million users every month of Waze across the globe. And that is in 185 countries, and that was deployed today because of work from VDOT. So I did want to mention that in light of snow. So I feel like we're in good shape, and we'll be able to then monitor that Waze data as just another crowdsource on roads that maybe have not been plowed yet. So that'd be helpful.
But where is
to
it
us.
snowing?
It's going to start in Bristol about 10 o'clock tonight.
And go.
And then the western part of the state, Northern Virginia, down to northern Richmond district, that area. And the highest totals we saw were maybe 1 to 3 inches. So it'll be a good effort for our team to get out there and get all the equipment going and so forth. We feel like it'll be just fine in the morning. It'll be passed through, and then we will have wet roads. So we do want people to be cautious because temperatures are going to drop rapidly, and there's a potential for some refreeze. And we're really watching that because that's really some of the most dangerous thing is when people think the roads are wet, they tend to drive fast, and you can get one icy spot and have a wreck. So just ask people to drive cautiously. It may be slick when they're not expecting it.
Madam Secretary looks disappointed to me. It's a little early for a white Christmas.
Oh, I don't think so. No, I always get very excited when it snows, but anyway, I did get like 6 pieces of paper and 3 texts. So I thought, oh, Rob, do you come tell us? This is really great news.
Something that VDOT staff had proposed to them is a good idea.
Oh, it's
and
really great.
For them to launch it worldwide, I think is very exciting.
Really great. Thank you.
Tell them whether the schools will be closed.
Always been on opposite sides of this. She wants us to pull all the plows off the road so they can be off work, and of course, we want to get the schools back in session. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Right. Madam Secretary, members of the board, just coming to follow up on the October board meeting where we presented some proposed changes to the smart scale process. I would like to apologize to Mr. Dotson. There are no Game of Thrones references in this particular presentation, so I'll try to work them in next time.
I'll test you if you do.
Okay. So just kind of recap, I want to recap and summarize what was proposed in October, and we also have completed public input with the fall transportation meetings. Many of you have been meeting with constituents, with localities and MPOs, and have been receiving input. So just want to go over, recap some of the changes. There is a couple of other minor changes that I wanted to present to y'all today, and then I would like to engage in a discussion and receive your feedback. We're not coming to you this month with a resolution. The plan is to come to you next month with the resolution, so you have plenty of time to sort of consider the changes and we can adjust from there. So just to kind of recap, one of the things we're proposing, we've gotten a little bit of feedback on this, is the proposed changes to the timeline. What this would do is abbreviate the pre-application window from 3 months to 1 month. That's a relatively short application that if you have all the information, it takes about 20 or 30 minutes to fill out. And this will allow us to screen the applications and get those screenings decisions back to the applicants before they start working on the full application. I think some folks, some of the feedback we have received are folks are concerned with the decision that information that's provided in the pre-app can't be changed in the full app. And I agree with that with respect to the funding information. We're just asking for preliminary cost estimates in the pre-app, and it certainly was not our intention that the applicant would not be able to change those. Really, we're focusing more on the scope, what the project's doing. We don't want significant changes after we've decided the project meets a need. The applicant could change it to something that makes it not meet a need. So we'll make those clarifications, and we'll ensure the portal, the applicant community can make changes to the cost estimates in the full app. They will still be able to make changes to the scope. It just, we're going to set it up to where they have to coordinate with the state and get the state's approval beforehand. The other issue is putting a cap on the pre-application. Before, applicants could submit as many pre-applications as they want, and there were a number that did take us up on that lack of a cap. What this would do is for folks that are capped for the full applications at 4, they would be able to submit an extra one just in case one of their applications gets screened out. And then applicants that are capped at 10 full applications would be able to submit 2 extra ones in case they get screened out. This will reduce the workload on VDOT and DRPT staff with respect to the number of pre-applications that they have to review. I want to say there were over 100 in round 3 that had no chance of moving forward because they were above and beyond the cap limits. But because the state didn't know which ones were going to be submitted, we had to review them. So that will help with some of the resources on the state side. Another change with respect to the project eligibility would be for transit maintenance facilities. We did allow those in round 3. The idea was you may need to expand a transit maintenance facility in order to facilitate a future capacity increase of transit service. What we found is a lot of them were standalone, and so the clarification here would be if you're putting in for a transit facility, maintenance facility capacity increase to facilitate a capacity expansion, the project must also include that capacity expansion. The other issue is systemic or system-wide investments. The thought here is that improvements that don't have a specific typical section or they cover a larger geographic area to not allow those required projects to be for a specific corridor. Those are really tough to score and also to screen and assess the readiness. And so some examples of those would be, we've had a number of jurisdictions that have put in to upgrade all of the traffic controllers in the entire jurisdiction to adaptive signal controllers. And we've also had a couple of applications to upgrade bus stops jurisdiction-wide. And that can be very difficult to review and assess the cost estimates and readiness issues, as well as to score the benefits when you're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of individual sites. For project readiness, the board actually each round has been upping the readiness bar as the applicant community gets more used to the smart scale process. And it's no different this round. We want to up the bar a little bit, and we want to ensure that major transit capacity improvements are being held to a similar standard that's been established for major highway capacity improvements. So major capital investments such as BRT and light rail require those to have a planning study that shows the different alternatives that have been considered and ensure that those projects are included in the transit strategic and development plans. I don't see any of the previous ones that have been submitted to date would not meet these criteria, but it does put that sort of on the same level for major highway investments. The other change would be for quarter level adaptive signal controllers, allow that, but there needs to be some sort of study or plan showing how that's going to be implemented, how the communication system is going to work. And this just ensures that localities aren't using smart scale to sort of augment their maintenance budgets to replace signals that are out of date. For project evaluation and scoring, a couple of tweaks and modifications. For congestion, you'll remember in October, I presented that we're looking into methods that would better account for congestion that occurs on the weekends. We believe we have identified a potential method that could be utilized. What I'd like to do is in January present more details to y'all on how that works. We're almost to the point where we can do that. And just make sure that you have a comfort level with that before we move forward with that recommendation for round 4. For safety, you'll remember we've proposed targeted crash modification factors. So those would be for specific improvement types that tend to target a specific type of crash. The best example I can provide would be a roadway lighting project. That's going to target fatalities and injuries that occur at night. Right now, we've been applying a sort of a blanket across the board CMF to all the crashes within the project area. And these targeted crash modification factors would allow us to target specific fatal and injury crashes that the specific improvement is going to address, and not ones that it won't. The other recommendation would be to give, right now we're split equally between the number of crashes that are going to be avoided versus the reduction in crash rate. And our recommendation would be to give more weight to the reduction in the total number of crashes, as this would support the board's safety and highway safety improvement goals. I'll get into it a little bit with the percentage change, because I imagine that's going to be an area that we're going to have a good amount of discussion today with the land use. For economic development sites, just to kind of speed things up, we did have an issue with very large assumed floor area ratios that we felt were unreasonable. So the thought for round 4 would be to put a cap on the floor area ratio that could be assumed sort of across the board if it's a zoned only property. If they've got a specific site plan, we'll use whatever square footage comes out of that. But if it's a zoned only property, we're going to cap at 0.3 unless the applicant can provide additional documentation that either the parcels in and around the development have a higher average floor area ratio, or their specific zoning requires a higher floor area ratio. And then we would allow that to be used. Then this gets into, these next couple of slides get into content that has not been presented to this board yet. But one of the things that's been done as part of Jitender's VTrans effort is the Virginia Economic Development Partnership's business-ready sites have been incorporated into the VTrans needs as industrial economic development areas. Our thought was, because that now is a specific properties that help justify a need for investments to improve access or mobility, that we should give some points to those sites if the particular transportation improvement is going to support them. So what we're recommending would be, this is the current 5-point scale that the square footage gets scaled against. The first point comes from whether or not, or half a point comes from whether or not the project is referenced in the comp plan or an economic development plan. Another half point comes from the level of economic distress in the region. And then the other up to 4 points come from how far along in the development process the site is. If you've got a conceptual site plan that's been submitted, you're only going to get half a point. But if you have a detailed site plan that's been approved by the locality, you can get up to 4 points. What we're proposing would be to keep it on a 5-point scale, make modifications to the conceptual and detailed site plans, as you can see there, but give points to projects that are supporting Tier 4 business-ready sites and Tier 5 business-ready sites. And also giving some points for projects that are redeveloping an existing unused parcel. This is based on feedback that we've gotten from a number of districts. I know we've heard that from Bristol, we've heard that from Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads, is there are some businesses that are sort of redeveloping an unused factory and turning it into an office park, and shouldn't there be some additional points for projects that are doing that? And we think that that is something that could be incorporated into this scaling factor for their square footages.
Chad, and this is, I think, a great solution to something that's been challenging from the start of Smart Scale. So in the 4-point, that's a detailed, so that would be 80% of the score would be driven by a detailed approved site plan.
In the original?
So looking at it in the current, that's what the current plan is.
So in the current weighting process that's been used to date, that was used in round 3, if you had a detailed approved site plan, then you could get up 4 out of 5 points could come from that alone. A detailed site plan being, this is an actual development that, you know, has the designs, and that once approved could be, you know, the developer could start developing the actual property. So the idea behind the weighting scheme to date has always been, the further along the project is in the development cycle, the more weight that you're going to give the square footage. The change on the next slide that we're proposing would just incorporate this Virginia Economic Development Partnerships Business Ready site. These are 100+ acre sites that have to meet certain criteria that's been laid out by the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. So they tend to be much more regional in nature as far as their larger employment centers.
Do we reduce the points for a detailed site plan that's approved?
Yes, but it is going to be multiplied by the square footage. So we are taking points from the conceptual and detailed site plan in order to provide points and keep things on a 5-point scale.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whitworth.
I don't really follow this that well. And I doubt if a lot of people do, because it's the first time we've seen it. Is that correct?
Yes, this was not presented in October.
And it was not at the fall meetings either, was it?
It was not.
At the fall meetings, the public has not seen this.
No, it has not.
And that's the thing that troubles me a little bit, is that I don't feel adequate to really respond to this, and our public hasn't been able to respond to it, and actually our districts really haven't been able to respond, other than what you may have sent you. And I'm a little uncomfortable with changes like this that at the last minute before we suddenly go into pre-application.
Secretary?
I agree.
Just so I try to understand this. So under the old scenario, we get 4 points for an approved detailed site plan. Under the new scenario, we get 2 points for that. We could add 2 points if it's a redevelopment site or if it's shovel-ready. How do we determine if it's private sector that's doing this, that it's shovel-ready? Does that mean infrastructure?
Shovel-ready, my understanding of shovel-ready is all the zoning is in place and all the permits are in place, and it essentially is ready for the infrastructure to be built on the site.
So if we go back to a detailed site plan approved, that requires that all those be in place. Is that redundant?
A detailed site plan could be received, and a lot of those things aren't in place yet. I would think that this shovel-ready would be, there's been a lot of due diligence on behalf of the locality to sort of get all the permitting and zoning in place.
Building permit ready.
Yeah.
Like building permit ready.
Good building
It's
permit,
different
but it's,
than-
I mean, an approved site plan has significance as well in that regard.
Approved.
Approved, right, but that's what it says. We get 2 points for an approved site plan. We got 4 points for it before.
Madam Chair, Mr.
Well, I'm not sure that, I don't understand the distinction of what shovel-ready means.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Kashwitz, if I could help provide some clarity on that issue. So these tiers are established by VEDP, the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. If you recall, in the first 2 rounds of Smart Scale, we had concepts where we tried to examine the readiness, and one of the factors we had was, are utilities present? And we found everyone checked yes. And what they never told us is, are there utilities that could actually handle your industrial use? They're like, yeah, the farmhouse has water, they're utilities. And like, we couldn't put people out on site to ascertain that. What shovel-ready here means is VDP has gone out, and those utilities to handle that commercial or industrial use are on site. So it's shovel-ready for a business to come in and start building. And so that may or may not be the case with a detailed site plan. That does not mean what we're proposing is the exact right split, but what we found out is VDP on these key sites has actually paid people to go out and do the thing we could never do before, like, are there utilities for a farmhouse, or are there utilities for a distribution facility or manufacturing kind of facility? And so that's what those kind of tiers mean there, is there's actually been some validation by a governmental entity that these things are kind of in place.
We've just separated that and confirmed that they're in place.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, for the environmental resource measure, some of the feedback that we've received, both from the applicant community and from the stakeholder community, is the concern with, I guess, the optics of what comes out the other end, the bigger improvements. Like, for example, I think HRBT was the second highest scoring project for economic impact. It makes total sense once you divide it by cost. Your things like transit and bike ped tend to score better in that there's less impact in this measure. And what we were able to do is figure out a way to make the measure subtractive and do it in a way that the results are just a little bit more intuitive in what comes out the other end. So the thought here would be to convert E1 to this subtractive measure, subtracting up to 5 points from the project, and then the E2 measure would become 100%, with E1 being subtracted at the very end. We did run this, and it did not have a significant impact on the staff recommended funding scenario. So now we get to land use, and I don't think I did a very good job in October explaining some of the rationale and the why behind the proposed changes that we are proposing to the land use measure. So let me just explain the 2 measures. So the L1 measure looks at the future density, and it looks at the existing walkability in and around the proposed improvement. And you essentially multiply those 2 things together to get the score. L2 is a little bit different in that it's looking at the delta, or the change in population and employment. And it's also multiplying that by the walkability. So what you're seeing here is, for each of these columns here sort of represents a measure. On the far left, you've got the C1 measure, and then on the far right, you've got L2. And what we've done is the red bars that you see represent funded applications and how many points they were getting in each measure per $10 million that was being requested. And our observation is that land use, the 2 measures for land use, but L1 in particular, really derive a significant amount of points per $10 million of requested. And that kind of makes sense, because something like a transit investment or a bike ped investment you know, they tend to be a lot cheaper. And improving congestion or addressing a congestion issue tends to be much more expensive. So, but the thought here is when you look comparatively with land use, with say accessibility or economic development or congestion, it is just so much higher than the rest when you're looking per $10 million invested. And we just looking at this analysis just saw that it seemed like there were a little bit of bias in the land use scores, and that we were looking for ways to address that, but also to give some weight, some additional weight or to areas that are emerging that desperately need to invest in these in walkability, because they may not have the destinations in place now, the non-work destinations, but they're anticipated to have that. So really, if you look here, the proposed changes in the weights for safety, and going from 50-50 to 70-30, but also increasing area type A from 5% to 10%, the delta you see here is relatively minor. The left box you see there shows it right below 4, and for safety under proposed, it would go up just over 4. Over on land use, it's a little bit more. You've got land use current up there at over 7 points per $10 million requested, and this would bring it down to just below 5. Still higher than the others, but we feel like this would bring a little bit more balance. So it's not, the proposed changes are not about reducing the scores for projects that scored well in L1. Because what our observations found was projects that do well in L1 almost always do well in L2. But the opposite is not true. Projects that do well in L2 that are more in emerging areas that are high growth may not do well in L1. And so this is really more to get a little bit of a lift to some of the emerging areas than it is to hurt. It's not designed to hurt projects that are already dense.
Madam Secretary, but won't it in fact do that? I mean, it's a zero-sum game. We only have so many dollars to distribute. Does this not impact the areas that have done a good job with their land use planning? And
when we ran this, and we did provide this to the board and put it on the website back in October, when we ran this change where you put L1 at 0%, just use L2 as the measure, and decrease area type A's weight from 20% to 15%, there were, I believe, 2 projects that get added to the funding scenario statewide, and there are 3 projects that drop out. So in the grand scheme of the number of projects that were scored, it was a relatively small change.
were the dollar amounts of those projects, do you know?
Were the
dollar amounts of the projects that were changed?
I can get that for you. I think I might have it queued up here in anticipation. So the projects that come in, Jude's Ferry Road, I don't have the cost, but Jude's Ferry Road and Route 60 in Richmond District, Claudeville Highway intersection improvement in Salem, and the Seaboard Coastline Trail segment in Hampton Roads would be the 3 projects that would come in. And then there are, 4 projects that go out: the Route 31 bike accommodations in Hampton Roads, the Pickett Trail connector in Northern Virginia, the BRT station streetscape project in Richmond District, and the Boulevard shared use path at the Science Museum.
Pretty anticipation when you got the answers on your cell phone already.
Well, I learned from somebody.
He has many things on his cell phone. To me, it is amazing. Okay.
I love it.
I can get you the exact dollar amount.
That'd be helpful, thanks.
Yep. So here's just a chart that sort of illustrates that. So what the left chart that you're seeing there are the top 50 scoring projects in L1 versus their L2 score. And then you can see the opposite on the chart on the right, the top 50 scoring L2 projects versus their L1 score. And what this just shows is that projects that do well in L1 also do well in L2, but the opposite is not always the case. So again, this is really more to give a little bit of a boost to areas that are growing and are emerging and that need to be investing in walkability and pedestrian and bike infrastructure.
Chairman? So I appreciate, the list that you just read, Scott, Chad, it shows all districts playing in this shift, and I do appreciate that. I have looked at this from a statewide perspective, but I also look at it in the Northern Virginia lens, because how it plays out in our district grant side of the program is also of interest and concern, obviously. And it's our practice in our district to sort of do a round robin with all of the staff on these kinds of things and ask kind of where are the various jurisdictions. Won't surprise people to know that we have one jurisdiction who thinks this is the best thing since sliced bread and is exactly what we should do, and that most of the others do not share that opinion. And it does have exactly to do with the issue of who's already invested in smart land use and who hasn't. And so the way some of the staff talk about it is, we've been using our own dollars for many, many years to try to achieve the goals that this program is attempting to achieve. We're now at 2.0, and what we're having to do is go back in and fix things that we thought were going to work, and everybody else in the state's going to have the advantage of learning what didn't work, but that's the first time as we iterate on time 2. And to say basically, well, because you already built out, you're done, and you're not gonna have that same opportunity to compete for dollars because you're already built out. And so I hear you that you don't think there's a difference, but I will say that the perception inside our district is that this could make a tremendous difference in where our district grant dollars go. So.
Yeah, and that, I think the way I had the slides worded in October contributed to that, because this, I think the lead-in slide really suggested, hey, this is meant to take points away from dense areas that are dense today and give them to areas that are going to be dense. And that's not what I intended, and that's what I wanted to come back today, because I do believe there's been a little bit of misunderstanding as to the rationale of why we're recommending this. Areas like Alexandria and Arlington are dense today, but are going to even be denser in the future. So they do well in both measures. And they do well for 2 reasons: their density, but also the density of non-work destinations. Because they're established communities, they have lots of schools and hospitals and banks and the types of destinations that we look at to calculate the measure. I personally do not believe that this change is going to hurt those areas as much as it's going to give a little bit of a leg up to those areas that could put the investment in place sooner rather than learn the hard lessons that Alexandria and others learned after years and years and years, and they're having to retrofit that in after the development's already come. So I just wanted to clarify that. I defer to the board as to, what you want to do from a policy standpoint ultimately, but I did want to address that issue because I think the way I presented it in October suggested we were trying to hurt one area and help another area, and that really wasn't the case. We are trying to just give a little bit of a boost to areas that are emerging and growing, which includes areas that are already dense. I mean, in Northern Virginia alone, any area in and around Amazon is going to likely become a lot more dense, and projects would continue to do well with just the L2 measure.
So, 2 things I'll just bring to your attention right now. In your blue folder, there's a letter from Mayor Wilson and a letter for Chairwoman Bulova. Implicit, not in your folder, but there have been a lot of comments about the proposed changes and concerns. So I did want you to know that those 2 letters are in your folder. I wanted to assure them that you all would have access to those concerns. Secondly, the initial plan was to have you vote on this tomorrow. Was it this month? Anyway, we're delaying the vote.
We felt like it would be better,
because
yes.
I do believe that there have been enough proposed changes and concerns and recommendations presented to us that we wanted to make sure that we had time to really be thoughtful about these recommendations. So we're not voting, we're just taking this in so we can make our best recommendations. Thirdly, regarding L1 and L2, do you have to eliminate L1?
Another option to consider would be changing the weight. Right now, the weight is 70% of the weight is on L1 and 30% is on L2. So that would be another option. And a point that I meant to make and I did not, with all of the measures for smart scale, for congestion, for safety, we are measuring the delta in something. We're measuring the anticipated benefit, the increase in throughput, the reduction in delay, the decrease in... With the L1 measure, there's literally nothing that the project's doing. You're not measuring a delta. You're just saying, what is the population employment density? And I think the thought was the L2 better fit in with how the other measures work, and that you're measuring the change. You're measuring the anticipated change, and it would be better in line with the measures that are used for congestion and safety. But certainly an option to consider would be, instead of outright eliminating it, would be to change the weights.
Madam Secretary, in the session that Mary described, I think we did find support for 50-50, for rather than eliminating it to bring it to 50-50. I think there was a general consensus that that would work, which would be my recommendation. I think rather than getting rid of it, maybe we change the percentages as a first step.
It's really trying to lift all boats, but when you have limited funding, it's very challenging.
Got to come from somewhere.
Because you're still competing.
Part of this, part of the scoring process is meant to encourage
exactly
a different behavior.
And we want to lift people up to that.
And it's unfairly when you reward someone who thought about it 20 years ago and did it.
Right.
It leaves very little to think about the people that you're trying to steer in the right direction. It's totally unfair.
Well, I would just say that the people who are in the places that already developed actually do still have projects. And those projects are often...
Can't they lend those to the application? Or can they? I don't know.
Can they lend those?
I mean, are they going to be considered in the application, in the smart scale application?
Well, that's what
the other projects are.
No, I'm just saying they're putting in a project to improve the transportation system, to solve problems that exist in these areas that are already built up. It's not like they're not putting in a project, that their project isn't going to create some kind of change in the condition on the ground. So I'm a little puzzled by that we're not measuring a change. These projects are meant to cause a change.
Delta.
Yeah, they're meant to create a delta. So we want everybody in our region to do land use that makes sense. We all do. I mean, everybody wants that. How this program encourages or doesn't encourage that is really what we're discussing.
So my question was...
And I would say, yes, people thought back, we have 40 years of on-the-ground experience in Arlington. The changes that came didn't come without price.
I'm sure they did.
And the state didn't help with the price. And so we want to make sure that they have an opportunity to equally to compete for the dollars that are now available to solve these same sort of problems. That's all we're trying to do, is get to the right balance.
I would ask, is there any input on the proposed change of reducing that weight from 20% to 15%?
There is.
There is.
There is.
I think we need a little deeper discussion. I'd like for you to have an opportunity to respond to what Scott and Mary are saying versus just going along with it. I don't mind, if we're not going to vote on this week, I don't need it today. But
Correct. So we're actually contributing right now,
Right.
giving input to Chad to come
Well,
up with his final recommendation.
when he comes back, I'd like him to specifically address the concerns that Mary and Scott, because I think they're valid. I mean, they're definitely valid.
And I would just say,
address them.
A also includes Hampton Roads. So this isn't a Northern Virginia
sure it's not.
only conversation at all. It's also
And
about-
Fredericksburg is an area type A as well.
But all really good points. I would say that, right? All really valid points that people are trying to make. And I felt, though, as though so many of them have come in just recent weeks, that I felt like we needed time to discern this. So that's what we're trying to do. Mr. Whitworth.
Well, as we leave this presentation, and on the same vein, I would like to suggest that we also ask Chad to specifically solicit input from the districts with regard to economic development, especially those C and D districts where it's such a big part. They've had no input from public, they've had no input from district offices, and they're just seeing it for the first time today. And so I think to be fair, we need to make sure that we have the benefit of that input, just as we're asking for the benefit on land use.
And I will be honest with you, that was in large part why this is being delayed. So, well taken.
So can we go to the issue of the proposed change from 20 to 15% on land use?
I'm sorry?
Can we open the discussion to the issue of 15% on land use?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Can I say that it started at 10?
Did.
We got to 15, and and yes, as somebody who fought hard for this, yes, please go ahead, Mr. Kasper.
Well, I just, a couple of observations, and I won't take credit for original thought on this, but Mary gave a description of a very successful round robin she holds, where she brings in a local transportation planning staff and talks about smart scale and gets the recommendations. And at that session, this issue was raised, and we asked the question, what would you think of reducing the land use score in favor of safety? And I think everybody is, just by their nature, a proponent of safety. But I thought the most informative quote came from Sarah Crawford, who's the Deputy Director of Transportation in Arlington County. And she said, well, why would we do that when the most effective proxy for safety is in fact land use? And it stopped me for a moment. I had to think about that. The most effective proxy for safety is land use. And I thought about it, and I wrote down the following things. To her point, that in well-planned communities with good transportation infrastructure and multi-modes, we have many options, including transit in some cases that includes bus and metro. And each of those modes of transportation have substantially lower accident and fatality rates per 100 million miles traveled. The second thing is that in well-planned communities, we have much shorter commuting distances. They can be walk, they could be a bike, or they could be a scooter. When we relegate ourselves to extended commutes, we increase the risk statistically because we're traveling more miles to get to our job, to our recreation point, or to our home. So the very nature of good land use means that we reduce the potential for accidents by reducing the miles traveled.
Okay, before you move on, Mr.
But
Rocker.
it's the nature of some of our districts. I mean, I hear you with reference to Northern Virginia and the density. My district is very broad. I mean, it has Fredericksburg, yes, Stafford, yes, but it also has very rural counties, so we don't have those options.
Understand.
And that's really important to factor in here. We can't discount that.
Are you considering opting out to a B, though? Is that?
Yeah, that's my district, but
Okay.
FAMPO has already proposed that. That's actually in your presentation.
So I am speaking specifically perhaps of Hampton Roads in Northern Virginia. The other benefit that good land use brings us, I think, is lower speeds. With shorter commutes, less arterial highways, more local streets, we have lower speeds. And accident severity and fatalities are directly proportional to the speeds at which we travel. So rather than reducing land use, I think, to Ms. Crawford's point, it really is a great proxy for improving safety. And if we're going to find a way to increase the safety score, I would suggest that we not take it from land use. It's just too valuable, and it adds too many benefits to creating a safe transportation environment. I'll add another thought, because she got me thinking. Again, this is an original thought, but I thought the other thing that land use really does is it serves as kind of a universal donor to every other category in smart scale. And there's no other category that does that. So if we start with congestion, of course, good land use dramatically reduces congestion by its nature. Accessibility, good land use creates modal options for those that need to get access to jobs, and in most cases, shorter commute distance and better access to the jobs, educational facilities, and recreational facilities that they seek. It impacts the environment perhaps most dramatically in that with good land use, we reduce the consumption of fossil fuels because we have modal options that include buses, soon to be electric buses. We have metro, we have scooters, we can walk, we can bike. I mean, this is obvious, and our commutes are shorter. And then, of course, on the economic development side, if we look at the most successful projects that we have in Northern Virginia and to a great extent in Hampton Roads, the benefits to economic development that come from good land use, they're extraordinary. And the Dulles Toll Road, I think, is perhaps the best current example of that, where we have billions of dollars currently being invested in that corridor because we've done good land use in that corridor. So rather than reducing that very important category that benefits every single category in smart scale, I would suggest this board at some point consider perhaps increasing it because it is such an important factor.
I would just add to that, very eloquently said, but I would add the fact that we've just talked about wanting to incentivize places that are not doing land use right to do a little bit more. The way we do that is not to reduce the total percentage of land use. It doesn't make sense. And in our part of the state, smart land use is the future. It really is the future. So to change the number now just does not seem to make sense to me. And I think Scott's right. We see the safety benefits all the time of smart land use.
Madam Chair,
Robin.
Scott's comments, I thought were pretty good, brought up some thoughts that I never had about land use, particularly the safety aspect. But I view land use as more as what is our transportation infrastructure going to look like in the future? And land use is a big component of that. Because I think we've got a lot of wholesale changes coming in, multimodal, some of these other technologies. And I think land use is a big component of where we need, what we score is how we're going to react and behave to it. So I'm kind of with Scott on the land use piece of it. I mean, I don't know where you're going to put the other percentage, but I'm not sure you're going to get the additional value you're looking for.
I will just say as a CTB member, I could never understand why, though. Why is land use only in A? I always thought that land use should be a part of all the, of all the categories, because it's just as important in Lynchburg, Virginia, as it is in Alexandria. So, and how we use our infrastructure, and we're all planning for what that future is going to be, and accessibility, and so. Anyway, really good discussion. So,
in my region, and I'm going to speak for the city of Virginia Beach, we've kind of built out the easy developments. Now it's more of a challenge. We have to look at density.
Correct.
And we have to look at a transportation network that serves that density that we're going to have to create over time. Same thing applies with Norfolk. So my point with land use is you need to look out a little bit farther because we need to create the mobility infrastructure to accommodate this type of density components. In my region is what I'm speaking.
Couldn't agree more. Okay.
All right, I think I only have a couple more slides here. Yes, a couple other minor changes to mention. Fredericksburg area has formally passed a resolution to go from area type A to area type B. And then we've got an informal request from New River Valley Regional Commission. They've expressed desire to change from area type C to D, but the board has not taken formal action yet. We anticipate that should be sometime in January, so we can address it as part of the resolution. And then the policy resolution that you will see in January will clean up and clarify a lot of the existing language, and it'll formalize and clarify some existing policies that have been in place. So for example, formalize the policy for how a smart scale project can be canceled. You heard from Kim earlier today The policy of the board has been that only the board can cancel smart scale projects. That needs to be clearly articulated in the board resolution. So there'll be a little bit of housekeeping in January. And then the other thing, the last slide here is related to, we had a little bit of a discussion in October with
Mr.
respect
Tucker,
to.
may I interrupt you for a second? Mr. Nelson, I can tell that you're going to leave in just a second. We're going to take a break, and I wanted to know if I could have 2 minutes with you. Okay. I didn't want to have to chase you. Yes, thank you, if you don't mind. Okay, go ahead.
So I just wanted to plant the seed again, and Nick may have some comments. I don't know if he's still in the room. But the question has come up, how do we handle, now that there's a dedicated interstate funding pot or pots, how is that pot going to interact with smart scale, and what is the board's policy going to be? So that still is an unresolved policy question that I think needs to be discussed and perhaps debated a little bit in January. I have gotten that question a number of times. The applicant community, as you all know, are pulling their projects together for the next round. And so they just want to know sooner rather than later if, interstate projects will compete or won't compete. So I think that's an unresolved policy issue that needs to be, and I'm working with Nick and others to lay out some potential policy options for y'all to consider of how we could potentially handle it. But as you know, I-81 is complete, I-95 is nearing completion, and I-64 will be next on the block. And I think that's it.
Secretary, could we go back for just 1 minute and just to the economic development VDEP business ready sites? I'll be brief. I'd like to suggest for this board's consideration that I believe, at least in Northern Virginia jurisdictions, that in Fairfax County you can't get a detailed site plan approved without it being effectively shovel ready. And rather than having 1 point for that and 1 point for redevelopment of existing sites, I'd suggest that we put 2 points in the redevelopment of existing sites because it's so beneficial from a reuse of existing infrastructure. It's very efficient. And it also accomplishes this land use mission, which we talk often about. I'm not sure if it varies around the Commonwealth, but you can't get a site plan approved in Loudoun or Fairfax or Prince William without having either all the infrastructure in place or a plan to put it in place as part of that site plan. So I'd suggest maybe we consider making it 2 points for a redevelopment site.
Secretary, I suggest we hold off on that until we get input from the C and D areas that may have a different take on that.
You mean on the site plan approval?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be, yeah.
It's just a suggestion
Yeah.
for us to consider.
I'd
You're
like,
not-
I'd like it to
it's
be,
not a
but
formal-
redevelopment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just taking all this in, Mr. Tucker?
I am. The question would be what constitutes, what's required for detailed site plan approval in Virginia jurisdictions? Does it include a requirement that infrastructure either be in place or be part of that site plan?
Gosh, we have a lot of work to do. Okay. We're going to take it all in, which is important. So anyway, thank you for this. I suggest we take a 15-minute break, and then I can't wait to see what we're going to come back and do.
Should do that, for sure.
Wow.
Hello. I understand I'm the one between you and the.
Oh,
end
no,
of the
there's
day.
3 more unplanned presentations the board doesn't know about. So it's not just you.
Is he giving them all?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Jitendra Ramchandani. I will be making this presentation with Mr. Donahue. The purpose of this presentation is to give you a quick update on the activities that we have conducted on VTrans, the state's transportation plan, since June, when we made the last presentation to the board. And the second purpose is to share information that you may need when we come to you in January with a request to take action on this. So I will try to quickly go through the items that you may have seen in the recent past, and then try to focus on the items that are new in nature. So VTrans is Virginia's transportation plan. It has several statutory with that. One of the key ones is that it is being done on behalf of the board. The responsibility is with the board, and OIP's role is to assist the board in the development of the plan. Smart Scale relies on VTrans to screen applications. So the way I sort of look at VTrans is it is sort of the percolator that is trying to identify needs that are of higher priority, or that are more significant in nature, to essentially improve the quality of applications that one is getting for Smart Scale. The second purpose, I think the key point here is that VTrans recognizes local and regional planning efforts. We realize that there is a lot of effort that is done at the local level, but by the code, VTrans cannot be a summation of the local and regional plans. It has to have objective criteria that are used for a statewide transportation plan. So when we had the kickoff presentation back in October, I had highlighted 4 major components for VTrans. So the first component is the vision, goals, and objectives that essentially inform all the other activities that are done. So today's presentation will focus on that. And the second aspect is the midterm needs, the needs that will essentially feed Smart Scale and revenue sharing programs between now and next 10 years. So I will try to quickly touch on the vision, goals, and objectives. You probably have seen them as part of VTrans 2040. We made a couple of word changes to one of the safety-related objectives. But other than that, as we had shared back in June, our intent is to request action on the vision and goals, and while focusing on the actual implementation of these, more active implementation of these. We will also be requesting action on the guiding principles, and the board adopted these guiding principles, and they seem to have worked well. As we shared in June, our intent is to seek action on these guiding principles when we come to you in January for readoption. So switching to the second part of the presentation, which is the VTrans midterm needs. So I will take a second to explain the midterm needs refers to 0 to 10 year planning horizon. So we essentially are trying to build the outer years of the 6-year improvement program. So we have a plan, capital improvement plan for the first 6 years of the 10 years, and we are trying to build a list of needs that can potentially slip into 6-year improvement program, between year 7 and year 10. So we wanted to, VTrans went through this last update back in 2015, and this time our goal was to have a more data-driven analysis. So what you have on the screen is all the goals that the board has adopted, and the larger column explains the performance measures. So the board has adopted several performance measures, including congestion and reliability measures. So our intent was to seek identify needs based on the board adopted actions or the best practices, essentially tying them to the goals. So goal A has performance measures related to congestion and reliability. I will be glad to explain them if there is a need. Goal B has performance measures related to accessibility. So we have accessibility performance measures related to transit and non-motorized improvements. This time we added a new performance measures, which refers to equity emphasis areas. So very briefly, equity emphasis area are areas where there is a significant concentration of populations that have minority, low incomes, ethnicity, based on ethnicity, age 75 and plus, and limited English proficiency. So we identified those areas and identify access needs for those. Mr. Tucker mentioned VEDP sites that we have incorporated in VTrans needs identification. So we have needs associated with industrial and economic development areas, and urban development areas that are locally designated based on local initiative areas, needs associated with them. Then performance measures are also there for safety, and this time we have, based on the feedback that we receive from our regional partners, a performance measure related to, in addition to a regular safety measure, we have one related to pedestrian safety. Then we have performance measures related to proactive management of the system, which is capacity preservation and transportation demand management. So I wanted to give you a quick timeline of activities that we have conducted since we made the last presentation to the board in June. So when we came to the workshop in June, we presented a method that we will be using to identify needs. So between July and August, what we did is we created sort of the first cut of the needs, and we took them to our transportation stakeholders. So that included 13 regional workshops, each of 4 hours. So we spent approximately 30 plus hours working with 300 plus attendees over 13 different locations in the Commonwealth, and collected approximately 250 pages worth of comments. And so we spent September in reviewing the comments and making changes. We made over 30 changes to the methods that we were using. We presented the draft needs at the fall transportation meetings. It incorporated all the feedback that we had received at these meetings. And we have received since then additional comments, which we will then again incorporate. And our request will be, when we come to the board, is take action on the modified set of needs. So I wanted to give you a quick update on the regional workshops that we conducted. 2 of the board members actually were in presence at the workshops. So we had attendance from 83 cities and several towns and local PDCs and MPO areas. This map shows, all the blue shows all the jurisdictions, cities and counties that attended, and the hatched areas shows all the MPO or the PDCs that were in attendance. Towns are shown in the little dark pink color. So as you can see, we had a pretty good attendance at these meetings. All the attendees were asked to confirm 3 things. One was the completeness and accuracy of the information that is being presented. The second thing was that provide feedback on the thresholds. And the third one was, is there something that we are not capturing? So in other words, while we were seeking feedback on what they're seeing, we also wanted to get feedback on what they're not seeing. So based on these 3 items, we made a number of changes. In addition to that, we have held several webinars and meetings. We have collected over, at this point, 1,200 comments. We were in attendance at the fall transportation meeting, so we feel we have done a pretty robust agency and public outreach for the needs that we are presenting to you today. So the needs became available at the fall transportation meetings. They are available in 3 different formats, and since then we have had 2 webinars that have been attended by over 150 attendees. Where we presented and discussed answered questions and provided more detailed information. It is also available online for everyone to take a look at. So I would like to highlight 6 key attributes of the needs that have been made available in draft form. So the first one is that they are data-driven. So at this point, we are working with close to 75 million data points to develop these needs. So there's a lot of data development effort has gone in because we wanted to make the best use of what is currently available. We are being specific as far as what the need is, so as far as the location of the need is and what that need type is, without being prescriptive of what that solution may look like. So an example would be an on-time rail performance need in Lower Roanoke or Lynchburg may actually be tied to a solution that is at the northern end of the state, right? So we are not prescribing solutions, we are identifying what the needs are. The third one is that we wanted to prescribe, which ties to the second one that I just mentioned, is that the solution might actually not, a solution to a congestion problem may actually be a bus service or a rail line, may actually be a scooter, infrastructure or car sharing infrastructure. The third one is, as I've mentioned briefly, equity emphasis area. That is a new addition to this round of VTrans. The fourth one, equity, industrial and economic development areas, which is based on VEDP's Business Ready Site program. We have shared our intent with them. So and they seem to be, one of the feedback items that we had for VEDP is tier 3 the appropriate level to identify the needs? And we went to the regional workshops and we gather feedback. We also asked VEDP the same question. And the final point would be that we wanted to make sure that we are looking at needs in totality. So for example, we wanted to make sure that we, instead of focusing on a particular need, reliability, we allow for someone to look at reliability in conjunction with safety needs because they might be tied, right? If there are many incidents occurring, it may have reliability needs associated with that. So a lot of time and effort has gone into making that happen. We have received approximately 125 comments as of December 4. We had one more comment come in yesterday. And we will share a handout with you that has all the comments and the responses. But very briefly, they generally can be categorized in 5 or 6 groups. The first one is that request to add more needs. So, a locality sees a need is not present and they request add more needs. And in those instances, we go back to the data and we make sure that, what we are showing is accurate and consistent. We had some requests related to identifying some accessibility mobility needs outside the regional networks and corridors of statewide significance. There were a couple of requests related to COSS designation. So one of the board items that will be in front of you in January will include designation of Route 288 as part of the Northern Carolina to Washington, D.C. corridor as a component of the 95 corridor COSS. There were some requests related to smart scale screening. So in other words, locality has a project in mind and they asked, will this project meet the screening criteria? And our response has been that we wanted to provide guidance as to how these needs will be utilized without trying to, with not knowing smart scale policy decisions that the board will be making, prejudge projects that we have very little information on. There was one request which was tied to, not related to the VTrans, there was one request tied to how VTrans needs may impact a particular jurisdiction's ability to apply for high priority smart scale funding, but that was more related to smart scale policy. There were some requests for clarifications, correction, and consistencies that we will be making, and then there were some other comments. As I shared, we will share all the comments that we have received in the form of a handout with you, and including our responses. All right. So I will take 5 minutes to quickly go through the changes that we plan on making the draft that has been made available to all the stakeholders. It was made available on October 28th, so everyone had over 30 days to comment. So based on the comments, we at this time thinking of making the following changes. So the first request was related to transit equity emphasis area. So what we were identifying areas where any of the 6 groups are present in higher concentration. So age, income, minority status, ethnicity, limited English proficiency. And the feedback that we received was, it actually was shared at the Northern Virginia regional workshops as well, is that just mobility needs of low income and people with disabilities should be the mandatory criteria. So in other words, identify that, and anything above that is just is an addition. So that will be one change that we will make to the draft that has been made available. The second would be for the transit access to activity centers. So we were identifying needs for local serving, so downtowns and local employment centers, and we were identifying needs for knowledge base, so universities, medical hospitals. But the request came in that many airports and other freight-based activity centers, for example, Amazon, have a large employment base, and so we shouldn't exclude those, and so we are going to include those as well. So that will be one change. So in other words, it's just an addition to what we had presented at the draft. The third would be the non-motorized access to activity centers, and activity centers are areas where there is a significant concentration of employment and activities, limiting that to the metropolitan area in some cases. Making similar changes to the transportation demand management, because in some instances, the feedback that we received wasn't working out in less populous areas. There was no need, so we are going to make that change. And finally, there have been some comments related to as I mentioned, we are working with approximately 75 million data points. So someone noticed a couple of items that we need to tag appropriately, and we will make those changes as well. So I will end this slide deck with a few items that we need to consider in the future. So in other words, while we have tried to make the most of what we have currently in the form of existing data set, there is certainly room for improvement, and we want to acknowledge that, and we want to be mindful of that as we start looking in the future. So some of the items that you have in front of you are the items that we have gathered at the regional workshops and during other discussions. So that was the end of the formal presentations, and if there are any questions.
And Madam Chair, if I could just kind of step in. So I know Mr. Whitworth has been in communication with some of you all, and I think you've seen him and myself have several back and forths today, and so I just wanted to provide a little context up front as I told Mr. Whitworth I would. I think I really want to commend Jatender staff for what they've done. We went from a needs assessment that had a lot of vague and other information, and at times unclear information, and it is now very clear. I think what that has also done, though, is a lot of the attention and feedback you're going to get from your local jurisdictions and regional bodies is not even necessarily about how we picked a need, but how does that then work for smart scale? And so, and to be extremely direct, that's a good thing. We're trying to link the planning and programming cycles. Like, in theory, that's actually how this is all kind of supposed to work, and I think we are moving towards really linking those things in a way we hadn't done for a while in Virginia. But I want to just give up front a few points of clarification so they're said out loud, and again, they will be reflected in the documents. You can now zoom in on the Interact VTrans, or VTrans Interact? Interact VTrans, sorry, I always flip them around, and see very specifically the needs. If your local governments zoom in there and they see that there's a need that goes like halfway on a segment between the two major roads, that if you were going to widen the road to address that congestion, it doesn't mean when you submit for VTrans that you can't widen to a logical ending point. Like, we always want to make sure the projects kind of make sense, and so I'll give a very specific example. In the Winchester region, you have Route 37, which is simply a limited access roadway to the west of Winchester. About a mile before I-81, that kind of ends and then connects to Route 11. And then that runs into 81 in that kind of 1 mile segment. And then just past that, obviously there's a host of other considerations there. And then there's another road called Snowden something road that is sorry, that is about a half mile to a mile north of that interchange. And if you zoom in on the needs, what you'll see is that there is congestion northbound on Route 11 to literally like the middle of the I-81 interchange. Well, it would be inappropriate, in my personal opinion, for us to widen a road to the middle of an interchange. And so in that instance, and again, we're going to be working on language to make sure your local partners have as much clarity on this as possible. You would likely go up to that Snowden, I didn't hear what you said, tract road, thank you, sorry, to make that kind of a logical termination point. So again, we're going to put in some clarity kind of in the document and in the language there so that your local partners know that. I understand why they could make the interpretation. Again, we didn't make that clear. The data is very, very precise, and so you can kind of zoom down in there, and people say, well, hey, like, why would I stop right here, literally like at the on-ramp? And the answer is, you shouldn't, and we're not going to ask you to. And so again, we will make that kind of as clear as possible. One of the other things that Mr. Whitworth has asked us to do, and we're working on, and I don't know when Jatinder got the email, but I know it trickled around this week, and I'm guessing it was not a great email to get. It was like, hey, can you run a ton of analysis looking at if we cut the threshold for when we're saying it's congestion? Can you tell me exactly how that would work in like all these places in certain parts of the state? And the answer is, we can do that. We just couldn't do that in a very quick turnaround. So what we're going to try and do over the next week or so is look in a few different places where we got some comments there. What we kind of did to date about whether or not something was congestion is, again, on non-interstates or non-limited access roadways, we're using the travel time index to determine whether or not a segment of road is congested. What that is how much longer does it take to drive at rush hour than it does at 3 in the morning? One means, well, it doesn't. So that means probably not a congestion problem. What we picked is 1.5, and that means it takes 50% longer. Most of these segments are around a mile or so, and again, there's some that are smaller, there's some that are bigger, but generally, 50%. And so that means kind of like if something's taking you a minute and a half, it now takes you 2 minutes or something like that to drive there. And again, when segments kind of add up, that can really add up there. And so what we're going to be doing is looking at, okay, well, if we lowered it to 1.4, how does that change where we're saying there is or isn't a congestion need? If we change that to 1.3, how do we say where that is or isn't a congestion need? And again, we're going to try and run some of this stuff and get that back to you all to make sure that you kind of have that as we look at where do we want to draw the distinction about what we're saying is a need. We did get feedback when we went out when 1.5 was the initial threshold that was too high. We made a modification to that now, so it's if any section or any time, like an hour, is over 1.5, then that's a need. Or if more than 3 hours or over 1.3, then that's also kind of a need. But what we're going to do is kind of slice that down further and just unpack it so that you all can see those differences, and then ultimately kind of make a policy call as to whether you think we've hit the right mark or if you want to kind of see that modified kind of to a certain extent. And so I had told Mr. Dix, I got this far without saying it. I had told Mr. Whitworth we were going to be working on some of those things, and I told him this morning that we weren't able to have that today. We are going to try and get that to you guys as soon as we can. I was informed by the people who actually do this work that, Nick, that's kind of a very labor-intensive request you've made there. I don't think we can do it in a Monday. So again, we don't have that now, but we're going to be working on it, and we'll get that for you guys before the next meeting, as Mr. Whitworth and I have discussed. Sorry.
Anything else?
Question on that. So Nick, if I understand this, so if we were to change that metric from 1.5 to 1.4, 1.3, that would be statewide. Is that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Kaspowitz, it would be statewide. I do want to draw a distinction since I didn't put the full clarity out there, and we can email this out to you guys. For interstates, we're using limited access facilities, we're using one measure, and it's a measure that the federal government has kind of put in place. And then for non-limited access roadways, we're using a different one because we don't actually have the quality of data to do that more robust one we're using on the interstates and limited access facilities. But if you made a change, this is the statewide long-range plan, and so I guess kind of looking where I think you're going, I guess you want an example from at least a few parts of the state?
Yeah, I mean, I would just imagine if we dropped from 1.5 to 1.3 in Northern Virginia, we would light up that map. It may be hard to read it with that level of intensity. I don't know because we haven't seen the output.
So Mr. Ramchandi and I will talk about how to accomplish this in an expeditious manner that is responsive to, I think, the requests that you raised, Mr. Kraftwitz, and that you've raised, Mr. Whitworth. And I would just ask for a little bit of indulgence because I need to talk with Jatinder and his team and just make sure I kind of understand the implications and how we can do this in a timely manner, but again, a manner that kind of is responsive to some of the things you're raising.
More comment, Madam Secretary. So just a credit to Jatinder, the great work that you've done on this. It is a dramatically different V-Trans than we had just a year ago. But with these improvements come complexity. And one of the things we note in the more traffic-dense areas in Northern Virginia in particular is keeping up with the demands of keeping these maps accurate is a huge undertaking. And I suggest that one of the things that we need to look at, and I don't think we have to this point, is what locally funded projects and NVTA funded projects are doing to impact some of the roadways that we're showing. So it really is a consolidation of a lot of data, especially in areas where we have regional transportation funding authorities that need to be considered in this to make the rest of the map accurate. And ultimately, I think it'll need more person power associated with it to keep these maps up to date and actually viable.
So, Madam Chair, and that is one of the things I think that we have noted that we are going to try and keep working on for the future. The other thing that we're doing here, and we've talked about this a lot on safety, is building a database that has year after year after year worth of data so we can start to really run regression and other analyses to look at the effectiveness of projects and strategies. Also, construction projects, like what does that do? And did we do one maintenance of traffic over here in this area and a different maintenance of traffic here? And did we see different outcomes? And really just trying to kind of study that. We've always had like present year data, and I think what we're trying to do is really get uniform data across the state year after year after year so we can start to really analyze these things differently as we've now done on the safety side. But we didn't have in a single place that would allow us to do that for a lot of these other performance issues kind of moving forward.
Mr. Whitworth.
As the proverbial fly in the ointment, I want to acknowledge the efforts of Nick and Jatinder in this complicated area that does affect more than just the document of V-Trans. It affects the outcome and the potential of districts being able to utilize high priority funds in smart scale. And so that's the intent. And I know they're now going to look into it further, and I trust that we'll get a clarification on it. The other thing I would say to my colleagues around the table is that we have a wealth of information in our own districts with our own people out there that know our highways and our corridors and our networks. And I think we, as the advocates for those folks, need to make sure that we hear from them and understand so that we can communicate to the central office and to Nick what the concerns are. And I've always found that the central office will respond and will try to take that into consideration. And so I do appreciate that.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Smoot. I knew
So,
somebody
Nick,
raised their hand.
V-Trans is in essence a gatekeeper for smart scale, right or wrong?
Madam Chair, V-Trans is a lot more, but
Right.
it is in fact also one of the things it is that, yes.
But you must be identified in V-Trans to get up to bat in smart scale.
You do not pass go and collect $200 in smart scale unless you're in V-Trans.
Mr. Tunk?
I just have a specific question. On the need for safety improvement, if you're in a corridor of statewide significance or a regional network and you have a safety need, will it qualify for both high priority and district funding?
Yes.
Thank you, but not in the urban development area. It would
So-
only be district grant
So the eligibilities for the two grant programs were put in statute by the General Assembly in 2015, and they took some of our suggestions, and as the General Assembly is apt to do if Mr. Williams was still here and would remind us, they changed some of them. So under district grant, any of the V-Trans need categories are eligible, but only local governments can submit, because the Assembly members viewed the district grant program as a replacement for the old secondary and urban funds, which again were local government programs. And then under the high priority projects, only regional network needs or corridors of statewide significant needs are eligible, but anybody, local governments, transit agencies, MPOs, PDCs can apply. And again, they kind of view that as a replacement of the old primary program there, which was going at kind of a different scale of need.
Is that it? Okay. Well, thank you, Jatinder. Thank you for your really good work. Ronique Day, I really do want to thank you as well for leading the effort and getting all this work done. It has been a long journey, and your entire team. So thank you very much. And we still have more work to do. There you go. Okay, with that, we're going to do 95 tomorrow, and I know Mr. Rucker's on it. I'm going to hold you off till tomorrow, and we'll do 95 then. And do you want to just go over the plans for this evening?
Sure. Logistics for tonight, we're having dinner at Acacia. We'll have a shuttle at the hotel at 5:45 to pick you up, and then we'll make another stop at 5:06, and we'll arrive at the restaurant around 6:15.
Does that work? Okay, you guys, thanks so much.
Okay.